Okay, so long, long ago, many ages ago, critters and creatures have forgotten precisely how long, magic began coming back into the world. And so humans, being the violent, grotesque creatures that they were, used it for war and pretty much immediately wiped themselves out. Um, there are legends that some humans survived, them now being many thousands of years old. Only the strongest magic users of the bunch that figured out immortality and all that. But
So the
over
shittiest humans.
the shittiest humans, yes, we
All
despise
humans, all humans are shitty. I'll have you know.
all humans are shitty. So, but it is good to know that over the ages, mana continued to seep into the plants and into the creatures, and strange things began to happen. The plants and trees became huge. The vegetables became incredibly tasty, infused with magic. The spores and the mushrooms grew larger. And so now nature has taken over the earth. And at the same time, for animals, a even larger change. Some animals grew much larger, some grew shorter, but they all became much more anthropomorphic. Most animals now walk on two legs, and animals aren't really quite so different in size anymore. Small animals might be the size of a gnome or a dwarf. Extremely large animals like elephants might be the size of like a troll, like 8 or 9 feet tall. Most animals are about the size of a human. And so over the ages, civilizations formed, different cultures were made. The rabbit folk and the mouse folk, largely burrow and live underground. The bird folk, who are the messengers and the mailmen and the rumor spreaders, live up in the trees, and they share that with the squirrel folk. There are all sorts of races and species that each have their own unique cultures. In addition to that, the reptiles came a little bit later than the mammals, and they are kind of the pariahs of society. They often live out in the swamps and the caves. The way that you might think about goblins in old school D&D is how most people view reptiles. They don't hate them, but like there's a bit of distrust. If you saw one in an alleyway, you might kind of skirt away. There's some speciesism going on there. Um,
Turns
yeah,
out animals aren't all that much better than humans after all,
alas.
especially as we become closer and closer to being them.
All animals are terrible. I've said it before.
That's
By the way, we birds deeply resent your comparison to the squirrels.
well, that's you are very prideful people. I will say that because so much mana infused all the plants and leaves and fungi, they are all so delicious that at this point, no one eats meat anymore, except for, I mean, there are always rumors and legends about, some people that use it for magical practices or like some carrion creatures that still do it as part of their cultural rites. But for the most part, no one eats meat. So the predator aspect of the animal kingdom is more or less gone. However, a lot of that still lingers. If you're a mouse and you meet a snake, you're probably going to feel some stuff inside of you. If you are a worm and you're hanging out with a bird, part of you might be like a little bit less excited about that meeting than were you like a bird and another bird. Um, there are legends that, as I said, some humans still exist, and they are the only creatures known to still actively eat meat, which is terrifying in this world. They are thousands of years old, have the strongest magic, they hoard treasures, but they live alone. They're hermits, and no one really knows where they are. It's just the same way that you would think about dragons in your typical fantasy world. And so, with
A
that,
race of dragons. No one knows who they were or what they were doing.
yes.
This is
Also,
a Final Tab reference. Had to be done.
an important note, there are like frog folk, there are turtle folk, I think straight up fish folk. Maybe there are fish societies deep, deep in the ocean, but if there are, we probably don't know about them. Land creatures and water animals, if they have hung out very much, we don't really know much about it. I will say, though, one interesting aspect of this magical world is that sometimes mana seeps differently into some creatures than others. Occasionally, a horse might give birth to a unicorn. Sometimes a snake might give birth to another snake that continues to grow and grow and grow until it is giant. There are various legends of these mutations throughout the world. They are extremely rare to see. You would be very lucky to see one in your life. The cat folk have many legends in particular about like their sphinx deities and anyway.
That's a
So
legendary creature right there.
yeah. So oh my god, I have a shoulder cat. Okay.
I will do the last time on Dungeons and Humans.
Mm-hmm.
Well, our crew met up at the outpost to take on a job hunting down trash. What is it, Landon?
The Department of Treasures, Relics, Artifacts,
And suspected
of suspected humanity or humanness.
suspected humanness.
Suspected humanness.
Yes, we refined that a little bit since last. And that was Shellmount Outpost, where you met Possum Jim.
Wait, give us the retrospect as Possum Jim.
Okay. Possum Jim here. Is that how it goes? I don't remember.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Possum Jim. Well, last time you came by my outpost, Shellmount Outpost, and I sent you on an expedition to what did you need to get? Some kind of relic. I showed you my relic. Someone wanted to take it. That was
Now you show me yours.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was disturbing to me, but it was not successful, and you all went out to retrieve what remained of the relics. That way we could do reconnaissance and research, as we like to do down here in the outpost. Well, what else? Oh, and I showed you some amber, which I figured you probably would want to collect to get some of that good coin. People love coin. And I told you there were about 100 gold pieces for about this much. And that's what you did. I don't really know what the rest of you did because I'm here at the outpost. But the DM will tell you. You went into the Festerwood, and you were traversing through some ruins, in which you uncovered some blights that attacked you. You dealt with them swiftly, although what you did not deal with swiftly was your interpersonal disagreements.
Which is why the campaigns are twice as long as anticipated.
But that's okay, I love it. Our dear friend Foe, who has multiple animals,
let's let each person give
Oh
their own
yes,
individual.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Would Petrie or Patrie like to begin?
Yeah.
Patrie?
Petrie?
What?
This is
I
actually.
was
You're
thinking-
paying
I was
attention.
thinking about nectar.
Would you like to give us a quick, who's Petrie and how's he doing? In 3
Oh.
sentences.
Who's Petrie and how's he doing?
Like in the office.
Petrie is a hummingbird that is really excited to be on this journey at the suggestion of his flock, for lack of a better word, swarm, which is a logistically better word. And he's going along with the party. He's doing the thing for the money. But I mean, really, it's just because the money is a shortcut to nectar and impressing the ladies. And that's kind of what he's all about, in addition to defending the territory. These are the 3 core values of the swarm, which are a bit old-fashioned, because they're ancestors.
Cool. Limax, who are you?
Hi, I'm just a happy slug. I've been sliming and I've been living and I've been mucusing and I've made a few friends and I've shot a few arrows. And overall, I'm just having a good time.
Oh, you did entrance.
And I
one
entranced
goat.
I entranced a special goat.
That's what she calls making friends.
Yeah, I'm making friends. Because everyone's my friend, or I'll say,
With
well,
my
yeah,
hallucinogenic slime.
yeah.
Balthazar the goat. Good transition for you.
Yes, well, Balthazar has gone through quite a character journey in the first session. Started out as, quite the, perhaps some might say, surly and off-putting goat. Haunted eyes and matted hair, as we were all called here for destiny. But then, through the winds of fate and the lines of slime, has now experienced love for the first time in his life, his adult life at least, since he was but a kid before his family was murdered. And now it's just full-on thaumaturgy hard eyes devoted to Limac the Slug, protector of Limac.
Gordy Buckets.
I thought you said goatee for a second. I'm like, no, we have a separate goat.
We're all merging throughout this campaign. Started with the goat and the slug, but you were
The birds have already hive-minded together. It's just a
one
matter of
hive,
time.
one swarm all together. One hive, one swarm all together. Gordy Bucket has not had much of a character arc because he is steadfast in his beliefs. He atop his pale white steed, his terrifying steed, let's be honest, the sort of fey-inflected giant mantis Snowdrop. He has been riding through the wilds and between various villages for a long time, actually, after the destruction of his town. He's not really here for the money. He's mostly here to try to track down a human artifact because that might prove really useful in the defense of surrounding areas. Although he's starting to suspect that something is really going wrong here because of the metal-like trees, and we found like trees, plants, and leaves and vines that had somehow been twisted into evil, which he's never seen before. So he's starting to think that he might need to, instead of continuing to circulate in this area, might need to head east to the Patchwork Valleys and then north to Chilleria, which is the sort of capital of Turtlekind. So he's considering that, but he's mostly just trying to keep an eye on the situation, particularly one particular hard to keep an eye on shape-shifting situation. 50 is, I think, the term technically. And so he actually hasn't really expended much of his power yet. He hasn't really been called to do a whole lot of either violence or healing or rhetoric or anything that he's really that good at. He's just been sort of striding through these woods on alert, but only really alerted by our particular shape-shifting troublemaker.
Yeah, so that is Foe. So Foe is a honey badger, except then when he was upset very badly, he was a snake, which he was for a while until he became, what was he? A sloth a little bit later. So Foe is an upstanding and respectable gentleman that never steals anything and hasn't ever done anything wrong. He's known as charismatic and charitable, and everyone gets along with him very, very well.
I'm sorry, I think you're thinking of a different campaign.
Oh, man. He has stated that he is a fox prince that may or may not have been cursed. He has not gone into detail as his pride dictates, but that's about all we know. And I think where we left off, he just climbed up a tree to look for a shiny thing, but then the shiny thing started flying at him.
As it should.
It's a different shiny thing.
Yes.
This is great. The shiny things are coming to me. I'm a shiny magnet, baby.
It's part of his allure.
Yes. So yes, where we left off, you were all climbing up some ruins to get to the big ol' waterfall when Foe and Petrie saw some amber. You were collecting amber and you saw a blue light, went towards it, and then it came towards you. Roll initiative.
Da-da-da-da.
Dramatic sting music.
Everyone. I have initiative.
Okay, time to roll initiative. I've got a good old-fashioned -2 on my initiative rolls, so this will go well.
Cool.
It went better than for me.
That's true. I'll take it.
So the counter is up. It has your old initiative in there, so just replace it, please.
It does not.
Well,
I don't see any of our names.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything in there currently.
I do it. I did it. I did it. I don't need help.
Type your roll into roll 20 so everyone can see it in the little chat. Da-da-da-da-da-da. 19!
Ooh, nice, Limac.
Are you jealous?
No. Well, slows are known
slime.
for their speed.
Jealous of me?
Yeah.
Land. Clear list. Clear. Oh, I know what I need to do. One.
Hey, Jordan. I wonder whether Petrie or Gordy has higher dexterity. It's an open question. Since we're both getting a 12, we got to break the tie somehow. I think Gordy's probably got the higher initiative. He's very, very fast.
Very slick.
As a turtle.
So, Jordan, I cannot hear you if you're talking.
Petrie is addicted to the nectar, and he sees some. So you guys might be interested in combat. He's more interested in the not combat. He might get sucked into it against his will.
See that? You
That's
don't
totally
see the. Oh, you do see the turn thing.
Yeah, we see them now. They
Cool,
just
cool,
popped
cool.
up.
The
All
chart
right.
thing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
so
go
click
ahead
on
and
your
add
name
the number that you rolled, that you got
Oh,
into.
I see.
There.
Yes.
Oh, my icon is still a honey badger. We'll have to change that later.
We're using our imagination. Oh yeah, you need to roll me a d12.
Oh, I sure do. Okay. Rolling. It is a 10.
Hey.
Roll me again.
Roll you again. It is a 10. Roll you again.
So, okay, so up to you because on the chart it's a sloth. Again.
Yeah. Just go to the next one up, I guess.
Okay. Well, I'll just
Okay.
keep rolling.
Okay, I
I
got
want the random.
I got a
Awesome.
2.
And Christine, you can click on the initiative in a roll 20 and put in your. I think you got an 8. You can put an 8 instead of that 0 there.
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
That fast ass slug.
I know you jealous.
It's very alert, very on top of things.
Yeah.
The speed
Men-
is
mentally there in a way none of the rest of us are. Is what
I
it
have a
comes down
special
to.
goat looking out for me,
Also, what has I think you were talking about this earlier, but who has the higher dex between Petrie and Gordy?
Petrie's got 18. I've got 7. So yeah, pretty clear differential.
And then Balthazar and Foe. Who's got the higher dexterity?
Mine's pretty high.
Then probably you. I don't have a great dexterity.
15.
You go.
I have opposable thumbs on my
No,
paws.
No, you don't.
Well, maybe not. Who knows?
Yeah.
You just
Do the. Alrighty. Okay. So, as you reach towards this light, out comes bobbing and darting straight at you this will-o'-the-wisp, but Limax has the edge.
I have the edge.
And Limax, you may begin. This will-o'-the-wisp is this ball of bobbing light that is menacingly heading towards, as menacing as a ball of light can be, heading towards Foe.
Limax keeps those slug horns on a swivel.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like, do I want to help Foe?
It's a legitimate question.
It is. How can I ask the crew? Can I ask the audience?
You said what I say is like talking's free action, but you want to kind of keep it into like a very short.
Okay.
It can't be like a
You know
huge
what?
conversation.
You're a decisive slug.
I'm going so fast that I can't think. I think I
So
want to
what-
shoot it. I'm gonna shoot it
Again,
right
one
now.
thing you could do is you could delay slightly and say, I'm going to ready an action to shoot it if X happens. That's one option.
Yeah.
could
What
just
if it's
shoot
friendly? What if it's friendly?
Well,
Yeah, you don't know.
It's coming at you.
It's true. It's not coming to you.
Yeah. How far am I from it? Can I charm it?
So basically what you do is in the grid, if you can see your squares, you can count them, or on the toolbar, there's like a circle with the ruler in it. You can drag it and it'll show you
So
how far
25
away
feet. Yes.
you are.
I'm gonna charm it.
Okay.
ooh.
Go ahead and actually I have the notes right here. You are going to attempt to cast Charm Person.
Yes.
Ooh, she's
All right.
Euphoric mucus, because I've been slimy. I'm extra quick. I'm extra slimy.
So, does Charm Person work on things that are not people?
Good
We're
question.
gonna find out.
I think technically the answer is supposed to be no.
Oh.
It might be a person.
Yeah, I mean that's up to its self identity. We can't put it on it.
Actually, real quick, let me find my reading glasses because I'm struggling here.
It says humanoid.
Shit,
it says I
they're
can
in the
charm my
car.
humanoid.
Okay. No
Do you want me to read
glasses
it?
for me. No. It's I'll just make the webpage larger. That's an option. Okay, just one.
Gordy
second.
Bucket has fallen. Oh, he's back.
Okay, so
He
go
healed
ahead.
himself.
You see this thing going towards foe, and I assume Limax is kind of thinking, "What if it's friendly? But if it's not, then you cast your own person." All right.
Do you need a roll?
Your spell save, wisdom save. Well, it's not going to make it. It is not immune to being charmed. Surprisingly, I have this list. It is not immune to being charmed. So, what you see is you look at it, and how do you cast charm person? Like, describe what you
So I'm already kind of slimy, so I get a little extra. So I'm sliming up. Yeah, and I'm getting kind of cute, so I do a little, slap on some slimy makeup and like curl my lashes. And then I'm getting all ready, and I'm like, I already got this goat. Like I'm feeling kind of, I got a little extra moxie, a little extra slime in my step, if you will.
Oh,
And you will.
And I will.
I messed up. It says humanoid. Huh? Oh, yeah.
Well, humanoid is weird in this the context of this campaign, technically.
I'm gonna allow it because you're describing it really well. So I'm gonna allow it. Keep
Yeah.
on
That's the
going.
moxie. So
You
yeah,
give him the mox.
I give him the mox.
All right.
Yeah, and it's coming quick.
So the mox comes quick. The glowing bobule of light, as it was heading straight for foe, stops in its tracks and kind of starts bobbing and looking at Limax.
Just vibing. Mid-air vibing.
Yes, it starts vibing real good. It sees your colorful colors, and it is fascinated.
It likes the jiggle of that slime.
Like, yes, the way your slime shines in the light, something
Ooh.
about it. It does a little
Ooh, Lordy.
and it is charmed by you, so it regards you as friendly. All right, so you still have movement. Would you like to move, or also if you have a bonus action, you can use
Ooh,
that.
I have a bonus action. Don't I? Or how do I find that?
Yeah.
How do I find a bonus action?
I would just move for now and then keep going.
Okay, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna get real close to my new buddy so I can slime him.
So how high up in the trees is the Will-o'-the-Wisp?
Oh, good question.
The Will-o'-the-Wisp is where the trunk starts to branch off. So I'm so bad with size, but like it's a large tree.
15,
Okay.
20 feet?
Yeah, that sounds right, right?
Say 20 feet. Okay.
So I'm looking up at it,
Mm.
but it's looking down on me lovingly.
That's exactly.
So I'm still squirmy and I'm happy.
in a way, it's looking up at you anyway.
Oh.
Looking up to you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, is that all for your turn?
Yeah, we're in love.
Okay, so it is the Will-o'-the-Wisp's turn. It is charmed by you. It's just bobbing around, thinks you're cute, but it's not charmed by foe. So it is going to attempt to shock foe as a display of love to you.
I'm in love with the Will-o'-the-Wisp.
All right. Does an 11 hit?
Does an 11.
Oh, I forgot to mention. Oh, no, we'll get to that
I
in
have
a
a 13 armor class.
Oh, does not hit. All right.
So Gordy, back on Snowdrop, he's sort of on the top of because we had scrambled up this rough, rubble strewn sort of broken down cliff sort of area, and he's at the top of it on Snowdrop, and he's looking over, and he's got his giant maul out, and he's basically just trying to be like, and he calls out while people are doing things like, is this an enemy? What are we facing here?
So,
Sit back.
I'm assuming, is this thing flying around at foe's face?
Yeah, so it flies at you. You see some electricity kind of leave its body and go for you, but it kind of just misses you just by a hair. And it.
Foe's probably going, ah, get away, get away.
Is it trying to make friends?
I understand I'm incredibly attractive, but away with you.
So that's all it's going to do this turn. And so now it is Petrie.
Okay. Petrie is going to look around for more will-o-wisps real quick. Can I do a fast investigate?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Thank you.
And I would say, would it be perception check though?
It would probably be perception.
I always here's my thing. Maybe you'll take it and run with it, and you'll be like, yes, that's it forever, or maybe not. Whenever a DM asks you to roll to see if you see or notice something, that's perception. Whenever the player asks if they can see or notice something, that's investigation. That's how I run that differentiation. Players only ever request investigation, and then DMs only ever request perception unless the player's asking to perceive something, and then the DM's like, yeah, well, that's investigation because you're asking.
Yeah,
That is not how I do that. That's interesting.
I accept. Go ahead.
So that's how I run that. And it's a fairly neat way to do it because like if the guy's looking for something, then it's investigation. It's always
Let's do it.
yeah. Although perception is
Chris is not.
I'm not sold, but it's
perception is significantly better for me.
Gordy Bucket's religion is against that. The eternal God says no.
Yeah, I wrote up a whole thing. Yeah.
I would actually love to debate the merits of this or the system with you after this game or on the side during it.
I'm interested.
I think we have very different gaming styles, possibly.
That was like a 3.
In my
Sure is
head,
indeed.
it's mostly about the distinction between intelligence and wisdom.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
That's where I go.
nerds.
Oh my god. So what was that?
It's a 3.
Oh, a 3. Okay. Oh, sorry. I forget that there's a roll in here. All right. So Petrie, you're looking. So what happened?
I'm
Did the
investigating.
vector catch your eye? That's probably what happened. So you're looking. You see this will-o-wisp. You also see some nice flowers on this tree.
Well, again, I have priorities.
Yeah, and you have a lot of knowledge about trees that host delicious nectar flowers.
Mhm.
And this tree is just like round and tall, and the bark is lush.
Got
It's
those
perfect.
curves.
You just get the feeling like there's gotta be some good nectar flowers here. That's all you
Heck yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast a Hunter's Mark upon this will-o-wisp.
Okay. Let me mark it. Where's the mouse? There we go. We're gonna use purple.
Okay. That little will-o-wisp now has one of the hummingbirds from my little swarm. It shoots off and then just starts buzzing around that will-o-wisp constantly and doesn't leave it alone. That's the spell. That's the whole spell. I have so that's a bonus action.
I conjure
then-
annoying bird.
Yes, as an action, I'm going. I'll move in here, and I'm going to swoop in
So someone
and give it an
will
attack.
say bonus action. So
All
some
right.
of them will say action. So
Go
click
ahead.
on all. And here's all your stuff. Some
Jordan,
will
would you say
action,
that
some
you
will say
did this to to this will-o-wisp?
That's it.
So you don't really have a lot.
Hold on.
That's why I was
Do it again.
Thank you.
With a beak though, so it's like this.
No, you gave it or threw it the bird.
Oh,
Wow.
you're
Wow.
cleverer than me.
No, I'm obscure, which often masquerades as clever.
Obscurer.
Obscure.
Real quick, Landon, do you have micro USB? My mouse is
What is my fucking? I got a +7. Dope.
Yes, you do.
All
And then
right.
there's a 20.
Never forget it. We got a critical.
And the second attack, because he gets 2 in an attack action, is a 13 to hit.
Oh, wow, you're gonna do a lot of damage. Okay, so let me just check one. Sorry.
There's an absurdly long USB cord.
Oh, it's micro USB.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I'm certain.
one
No,
second
I'm
while-
very excited.
While I plug in this mouse because it is
Ye old USB.
I only have a 12-foot cord. Is it long enough, Sam?
That's not true. At least it's smaller.
Does
But it's so thin.
quick question? Does the 13 hit?
Hold on 1 second, just because I am trying to fix a mouse situation.
If you give a mouse a USB,
Let's give a
it's
mouse-
gonna want a charger.
How is that not a blockbuster film? Give a mouse a cookie.
Okay.
If you give a mouse a charger,
Is that because it's really just
it's
Hollywood?
gonna want the Bluetooth. I don't know.
13. 13 did
Yeah.
not hit.
Which bone is connected to which other bone in the song you're putting together?
So just your 27 hits. The 13 does not. Go ahead
Very
and
well.
roll your damage and double those dice.
Oh, are you attacking
Okay.
the Will-O-the-Wisp? I thought you were getting nectar. Good.
No. I would absolutely shred that flower and get 0 nectar.
Damn.
He was trying to multitask, both looking and fighting.
Oh, I see.
He's also a
So this is actually a rather absurd amount of dice. Chris, do I double like the swarm dice and the hunter's mark dice as well?
So I think you would just double the slashing attack dice, and then the hunter's mark would be on top of it.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of the of your like bonus bird whatever shenanigan with the extra D4. I mean, it's an extra D4, so it's not a big deal either way. But yeah, probably not.
He does get an extra die with being a
Yes.
a piercer. So 3d4.
Piercer.
Eat
I
that.
barely know her.
You know her pretty well. Don't lie.
You know her enough to pierce her.
Well,
22. Is that the final number?
Yes, indeed.
All right, let me just wrangle this mouse. Mouse wrangling. Oh wow, this part is ridiculous.
So 22 damage of beak piercing action on this Will-O-Wisp.
All right.
This is so hot. Oh,
I know.
So you come in with your beak and just stab at this thing, and you get right in like the center of its glowing mass, and you see the light just like flicker. It is on a struggle bus. I don't know why I've adopted that phrase recently, but it's not looking
Because struggle bus is straight up what we use like every other weekend when we drink too much and need to describe our mood the next day.
Yes, so that Will-O-Wisp is not doing good. All right.
not as
Anything
good
else
as
for you?
Succubus.
Sorry, I didn't hear one.
No, I don't. I was dad joking, and now I've realized I don't really have much I can do. I could like Misty Step and teleport into midair and like try to attack it there, but that's not a great plan. Turtles
You
are
can
not
hold your
much on
action.
ranged attacks, so I think I'm going to.
You
Probably
could make you could make fun of it from the ground.
Mhm.
That's true. I'll use my words. I think what I'll
Tasha's hideous laughter.
I think I'll probably just ride Snowdrop down to get sort of underneath the whole situation and sort of pull up next to Limax and just sort of turn and be like, "This is a foe, yes? What was it doing with you?"
With me? Oh, I mean, I was just flirting. We're on
He
good
kind of
terms.
like cricks his neck, like, "Okay."
I'm doing what
And then
I
I'll
do.
go ahead and ready an action, I think, to go ahead and take a swing with my maul if it gets within range, but I'm pretty much on ground, on the ground and not able to fight this flying foe. So that's it for me, I think.
Got it. Okay, so you have a held action to make an attack.
Yes.
Got it. Perfect. All right.
And I'm next to Limax over here.
And you are next to Lat. Perfect.
Welcome to the slime party.
Welcome to the party.
Everybody's crowding around this thing.
That's right. All one swarm.
All right. Oh, I just turned it on.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's getting hot.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
spicy here.
Well, yeah, it's getting hot in here. Okay.
So, Foe, you see this Will-O-the-Wisp that went after you, and now it's like its blue light is just kind of sparking and shuddering inside. And if it had a face, it would look angry.
Gotcha. So I believe that makes me rather upset, and I rolled a 2.
Ah, yes. All right, so on your turn. You are distraught. Explain to me how distraught you are.
Gotcha. So this weird blue lightning thing is just darting around Foe's face, and he's a
I'm
sloth.
sorry. They're my birds. They're a lot.
No. So he
A
can't react very quickly. His face is a lot bigger than he's used to, so he's kind of like, "Ah, ah," and he's just having a real bad time. Electricity is sparking off this blue light while the slug is seducing it. Meanwhile, there's like beaks flying everywhere, and this sucks. So he just lets out a scream, and I assume there's a puff of smoke.
All right, and then check your Zoom chat.
Check my Zoom chat. Let's see. Ooh.
Let's see what sexy new four we have to deal with now.
All right, so there's a big old puff of smoke, and then smaller than before, but with some very attractive black marks about the eyes. You see a raccoon, and he is skittering all about. And tell me about my raccoon abilities.
Yes, you are now not nearly as slow as you were previously. You now have a speed of 20 feet.
Ooh.
You also have a climbing speed of 20 feet, which you're gonna need because you're in a tree.
Gotcha. So he didn't know he was going to be a raccoon, so you see him kind of scuttling around. And at first, even though he's now a raccoon, he's going very slowly. He's going at sloth speed. And then he kind of realizes, like, oh, I have paws. And then you see him skittering down the tree saying, "Away, my light, away!" And then you see him go right up next to Limax. And, and he's going to cast, he's going to kind of like squish himself down and cast Minor Illusion to make himself look like a slug that resembles Limax.
So before you do that, you are leaving his melee range, so he's gonna attempt to make a attack on you.
What a dick.
Pew pew pew.
Does a 14 hit?
I have a 13 armor rating.
That's it. Okay. All right. 1 second.
All right, that's 82 damage. Yeah, turns out each of those little sparks hits with the force of a full-on lightning bolt.
Mhm.
All right. 1 second. Let me just get my dice. Oops, not those dice.
Not those dice.
Not for your sake.
Is it
All
no
right.
dice phrase? No dice.
That's praise. That's the thing that people
All
see.
right. You go to skitter away from this bobbing light, but he sees you going, and the blue light electricity sparks around its body and goes for you again and hits your shoulder, doing 8 points of damage.
Ooh,
It stings.
it stings. It stings. Okay, so you see him, he probably like dramatically falls off the tree like, "Ow! Ow! Ah! Ah! I'm dead! I'm dead!" And then as he's wriggling around on the ground, you see the shape of a slug fill kind of a 5-foot area. And he is using the dance he learned from Limax previously to try to wriggle in a seductive fashion that resembles the previous. And he'll say, "Heal me, slug, heal me!"
So you said you cast an illusion. Are you still doing that?
Yeah, minor illusion.
Okay. Are you trying to fool the will-o'-the-wisp to thinking you're a slug?
To thinking I am another Limax.
Okay. Roll. I would say roll a stealth check, because if you aren't trying to like duck down behind landmarks and change, then it's just gonna see you change into a slug.
Yeah, but maybe it will still like me. How about deception? Okay, stealth. All right, let's see what we got.
It's technically possible. I guess I'm smart
I-
move, best part.
I roll a 9.
You roll a 9. Let me see if
Is that a natural 9 or a modified 9?
That's a modified 9. I rolled a 4.
Aha. I was going to say, you probably have a decent modifier. But a 4 will do that, yeah.
it does not see you turn into a slug.
It's not very perceptive. It's
Yeah.
got a lot of beaks flying around and
Yeah, to
just
be
wants
fair.
some
I think-
slug.
The swarm flying around its head is distracting it, so you successfully just seem like there's a slug there. So, yep. Anything else for you?
I'm just matching all the flirtatious movements of Limax. Whatever Limax does, I'm doing it too.
I'm gonna hand you my slimy compact.
I'm gonna also make you roll a performance check, I think.
Okay, I'm ready.
A dance girl.
So while this is happening, Gordy's just seeing this out of the corner of his eye, and he just kind of mutters out of one side of his mouth, "I healed him last time."
All right, that's a 14. I learned well from this sluggy seductress.
I have many sons I have taught
Well-
the ways of the slug.
You feel confident that you're imitating the slug pretty decently.
Of course I do. Of course I do. How dare you even question?
He went to school specifically for that.
All right.
Slug Academy.
Mm-hmm.
The slug houses. What slug house are you?
That's a personal question.
Okay, Balthazar.
All right. Well, seeing as everybody blocked my access to the Will o' the Wisp, let's see. I still believe I can perhaps make it my target for an Eldritch Blast.
Yes, you can. It is up in the
so-
tree, so you will be able to see it.
Okay. So I will roll to hit for 2 blasts.
Is this a jealousy blast?
It's my icy heart. So the first is a 13 and the second is a 19.
So the 13, the first blast goes wide. The second blast, you readjust a little bit, and it strikes it straight in the center.
Whoa!
All right. Now rolling for damage.
Come on, 10.
It's a 10, but modified. I have a plus.
I should have specified. That's on me.
Yeah. So that is 10 force damage.
You said it was force?
Yes, 10 force damage.
Got it.
And horse damage?
Real quick, what was the
That's
damage
racist.
type that you used?
The what?
The damage type that you used?
Piercing.
Piercing. Okay.
Although I think the damage types are a little varied because different things come from different things. I can try to break it down for you, but it's going to take me a minute.
Yeah, there's a lot of
it's
different
fine.
dice he's
It's
rolling.
fine. You're good. Okay, so
You can call it piercing, and we'll just call it piercing. That's fine.
sounds good. All right, so you go for it with that second Eldritch Blast, hitting it square in the center of its flickering blue lights. And the energy meets the blue ball and combines and just combusts into little blue sparkles. And it seems as though the Will-o'-the-Wisp has been vanquished.
Oh, I loved her.
He was
That's
going
beautiful.
to love me.
Yeah.
However,
However,
Oh no.
as you all are standing there seeing the fantastical light display that Balthazar has just artistically sprayed across this area. 1 second, I'm slow.
Well, would I just a question in case it's relevant, because if things are about to get out, I would have normally finished my turn with the
yes,
move to
no
join
more.
the party. Okay, just to make sure I don't get turn ordered out of that.
Yes.
Let's see. I
Stay
think
close to the sluggy folds.
no. Yeah, I think that I would choose to go towards slug direction.
yeah, but which live match do you come into?
Oh, I know which one
Oh.
charms me.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
I have
Oh,
years of
please.
experience.
You've known this one for 6 hours.
Do you think I ever let Limax out of my line of sight since Limax went to that spot?
Wow.
The world would not be so heart-shaped for...
I haven't even noticed the second slug yet.
What second slug?
Oh,
Exactly.
wow. No appreciation.
have eyes only for you.
Aw. Did I say
I mean,
romance?
the little slits kind of make them very focus dependent. Like, there's not a lot of, like...
Mhm.
Mhm.
Well, that's true. To go see in super widescreen.
I think they do. I think
Yeah.
that's sort of the point behind the slit pupils.
Roach are so cinematic.
I have a fun fact here on my goat fun fact list.
Goat
on
facts.
list, and it
We
is
do subscribe to goat facts.
goats can see 320 to 340 degrees in their periphery, meaning
What the
everything except directly behind them.
Yeah. And yet it still doesn't care about this other slug.
You should
Wow.
be getting advantage on your perception checks.
Well, now I know exactly where to
Remind me.
stand. You have the Bayakugan. That's a big nerd joke that only some people get.
Only the people who watched all of Naruto during quarantine will laugh at that and feel bad about it. Oh, that hurts. It hurts a little bit inside. There's so many episodes.
Bayakugan.
That's why I never even got into it, because there are too many episodes.
So, yes, Balthazar, you make your moves. You have a bonus action?
I was going to use my bonus action to put the hex on the will of the wisp, but it's dead, so no.
All right. So, as you burst that bubble, everything seems still and quiet for a moment. And then the tree starts to move.
Uh-oh.
And it goes to take a swat at you. And you realize that this tree
Bonus actions.
is a tree blight.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Ooh.
You've uncovered the tree blight.
Tree blight!
So would my ready to action hit a thing that gets close?
Yes,
I'm sure
that
you
is
can
definitely
do it
within your
individually.
range. Because I'm assuming you're on top of Snowdrop, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so that is absolutely in your range. You may take your attack.
Okay.
Just important question. Did the will of the wisp seem like it became this thing? Like, did it meld back into the tree? How have we charmed the tree?
So what you saw was the tree that you had previously been clinging to.
Mm.
You saw this blue light floating over it, and then it was destroyed. It burst into flames. And then there was a great creaking of branches as this tree seemed to awake and get angry.
Is the dust still charmed?
Is the what? The
Is
dust? The dust is no longer sentient.
Wow.
So
So is this the tree that had the amber/nodule things, the polyps growing on it?
no, it actually is not. That was the tree next to this one. So
Okay.
previously, Foe was in the tree next to it with where the amber was, saw this blue light, crawled over across some branches as sloths are wont to do, and towards this tree. So there is
Okay.
no yellow amber on this tree.
So follow-up question: was this the tree, one of the ones that we noted earlier as having iron hard bark?
I don't think you would have noted this tree specifically.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm trying to decide right now whether to take -5 on hit to deal 10 extra damage. I think I'm going to, just because it's cool, and this way we'll get more information about what its AC likely is. And so this is an attack action, so I should make 2 swings technically, and I cannot use a bonus action, I don't think, right now. So I will not.
All right.
Okay, so first swing, I only get an 8.
First swing. So you go to what? Describe your weapon to me again.
Right, it's a long, thick wooden staff, essentially, with a huge steel, sledgehammer head on it, essentially. It's like an enormous version of a blacksmith's hammer, essentially, that's a 2-handed maul that's just basically slamming into things super, super hard.
Got it. So you are taking this swing at this tree, and you hit it square in the center, but it doesn't seem to take any damage.
Okay. Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again and get a 21.
Turtle again.
All right. So you're going in for a second one, and you go to where you think the bark is just a little bit thinner seeming, and you smack it straight in the middle, and it kind of boom, reacts to that. And
Okay.
it seems like it has been hurt. So go ahead and roll your damage for that.
Okay, cool. So damage for me is a little bit complicated because I get to re-roll any 1s and 2s. That come
Yes,
up.
that is, what is that?
That's my Great Weapon Master.
Yes, that's what it's called.
Oh, sorry.
I have that.
It's like
anyway.
a fighting style Great Weapon fighting.
I have that for my elf paladin, and that's like the best feat, I think.
It's
Like,
pretty good.
for one of those guys.
Yes. So I'm doing 2d6 plus 15, and I'm re-rolling the 1s and 2s.
Got it.
So let me just type that out.
It gives me so much joy every time I get to roll the damage.
Okay, so that's a 24 damage hit.
All right.
Ooh, big turtle.
So you
Big
smack.
turtle.
You get an incredibly solid hit on this tree, and it reverberates. But overall, it looks like it's still standing strong. That even though you put so much force into this, it didn't seem to hurt it that much.
Okay. Might have resistance against bludgeoning damage. That would make sense. You know, physics-wise, certainly.
Alrighty. All right.
Jordan, I can't hear you if you're talking.
I don't understand it. I've always found beating wood to be very effective.
You can go back to being accidentally muted. That's cool.
Wow.
It was a great joke.
It was a great joke. But part of the joke is reacting with disgust to a pun. We're just a comedy duo at this point.
Oh, we're still working on the witty banter. We'll get there.
We'll get there, I believe.
Okay, hold on just 1 second. I think did I accidentally delete somebody? Balthazar, Poe, Gordy.
We're all here.
I tried to delete the will-o-wisp. There we go. All right. And then that was your held action. You already used a bonus action, right?
I did not get to use the bonus action, but I think I would have to use the bonus action on my turn rather than when my rated action triggers. So
I do have a held bonus action that I think I'm going to use now.
Oh, I don't think so. I think that the question is whether or not you can hold bonus actions. I actually don't know anything about that.
I believe not, technically.
Yeah,
but,
I don't think you can.
Well, then never mind. I don't have a held bonus action.
Let me just double check really quick.
yeah, that's worth checking.
I think you can hold a turn, but you can't hold part of a turn.
Oh, that makes a
Yeah.
lot
Well,
of sense. Okay.
The way I understand it is you can hold one action, like an attack or a dash or something. But here, we can look it up real quickly. It's in the combat chapter, and I will have it up momentarily.
One of my bonus actions is dash and retreat, and I would use it if I'm allowed to. But if I'm not, I'll just keep squirming.
Let me just take a real quick check because I have not encountered such a thing before.
So yeah, here I can read the ready function. You take the ready action on your turn. So it's like the thing you do instead of doing a fight action or a move or a dash or whatever, which lets you act using your reaction before the start of your next turn.
Okay.
So you choose a circumstance that'll trigger it, and then when the trigger occurs, you can take your reaction right after the trigger finishes, or ignore the trigger. So you basically are you do your turn like normal, but instead of doing fight, what I did was do the ready action, set up a condition, and said when that condition happens, my reaction will be basically a fight act.
Okay.
Yeah, so
So-
you would have to use your bonus action during your actual turn. So yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Foe is
correct.
displeased, but accepting.
Fair is displeased. Well,
Which is
see what
his-
the tree is going to do
His
about
standard
that.
frame
Yeah,
of
that's-
mind, anyway.
How we do things around here.
So, all right. So, let me just. So, okay, tree is an initiative now. Hold on just 1 second. I'm a little scattered. Okay. So, this tree has awoken, and it was moving a little slow at first, but with these attacks on it, it just wakes up, and it has. You realize what before looked like just a dead tree sitting there now opens up a big maw, just like there's a hole, like a knot in the tree that opens up into these creepy tree jaws. And it looks around and it sees a target-rich environment.
It does.
Certainly does.
Is going to attack. Let's see. It's going to attack Petrie.
Oh no!
All right.
I guess that is closer to its hand.
It is going to make a bite attack against you.
Can it bite 20 feet up in the air?
I mean, it's a tree.
So-
it is 20 feet up in the air,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Oh, it depends on where the maw is. I assume the maw was like 6 feet up or something.
I imagine that he's like, meow. You know, there's an implicit grab or whatever. Maybe it jumps a little. I don't know. I've never been a tree that's tried to eat somebody. I'm not gonna judge
So
its
you
methods.
say
I mean, you just haven't lived then.
So, you see this tree's maw open up, and Petrie is, maybe about 10 feet higher than the maw. But then you hear a rumbling, and these roots start lifting out of the ground.
Oh.
This tree releases itself from the ground and jumps to make a bite at you, and that is a 26 to hit.
Oh, snap.
It's going to be if it was over 16, it's got me.
It's got you. All right, let's do our damage here then.
Ooh, I hope it's still alive when I get to my next turn. I want to deal a lot of damage.
Tell about your new
That is
legend.
20 points of damage.
Woof. Alrighty.
So it gets Petrie right in the center of mass.
And the hurt is on.
Maybe I should have cast Aid earlier.
And just takes out a bite and lands with its roots back on the ground, and there's a big the dust just rises from this tree.
8 is better. As 3 people are down, we need to get a backup spell.
Yeah. So
Did not make a
now
bad call.
it
Fair enough.
is going to make another attack.
Of course.
With one of its branches, it's going to reach out and flail towards Limax.
Oh
Which one?
The one.
no, the cute one.
Wow.
They all look the same except the tree.
Wow. You're racist. See, this is what slugs deal with.
This is why we have our own culture and our own home.
Hold
That's
up.
why we need to fight this tree. Not because it's evil. It's because it's racist is a form of evil, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
I may have a cold, but I'm still a good slug, Yeah.
Okay.
Meow meow.
Meow meow.
Limax, that is a 19 to hit.
Oops. How do I do that?
Now it will
You
face
don't,
the
you don't
wrath
have
of
a
ghosts.
19.
What
Yeah,
is it?
it does look right there.
12.
It's 12.
All right.
Meow meow. The cats
So-
don't like this tree thing.
Nor should they. It's racist. We've established this.
You tell them.
So this branch reaches out and swings towards you, Limax, and hits you smack dab in your slimy center for 11 points of damage. That's
Not the slimy
bludgeoning.
parts.
What was that?
Nothing.
Sorry, cat was
What do you
meowing.
do?
I thought better.
Oh, yeah. So Sam, this is a good thing. What does she need to do?
Oh, okay. So go ahead and at the top of your sheet is your hit points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to type in this box
11.
11 and then type push damage.
Damn it.
So it automatically detracts it. And if someone heals you, you do the same thing, but you click heal instead.
You can also do it on roll 20.
Oh, you have resistance against bludgeoning damage.
Oh, I have resistance.
So you're gonna take
Oh,
half of
Because
that.
you're squishy.
Oh, so I'm.
That's awesome.
So
Wait.
you're gonna take.
So are you also made out of a tree?
Ah, I'm slug proof, bitch. Sorry.
So the tree goes to smack Limax with a blow that would have hurt pretty decently, but Limax is just this mass of what do you call
Beauty.
beauty, massive beauty, and when you get hit with the bludgeoning damage, that force is just dispersed all throughout your body, reducing the blow on you.
Like
Can
a
you
little.
describe the ripple through your body?
Yeah, so it's a little. If you ever had a good Jello snack, that's the kind of
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
baby.
like smack Jello with a spoon. It's like bloop 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 bloop. And that's me.
Oh yeah.
I'm really fun at raves. Thank you for
How
asking.
does Balthazar feel about that?
Just, as every little ripple, the hearts just go bloop, bloop, bloop.
I mean, at this point, Gordy's starting to come around to this religion, to this cult. I almost said religion. Oops.
This
I
lovely-
mean,
We're a commune.
potato.
Oh, hi, baby.
So it goes for you, and realizing that hit wasn't as solid as it wanted to do, it wildly flails out again with its
Ooh.
multi-attack and swings the other direction for Gordy.
Sweet. AC 17 currently.
All right, well that is, actually no. That's an 11 to hit.
Does he have food?
Yeah.
Sweet.
That does not get you. So
All right, I will go ahead and like as the thing flails at me, essentially just like jam the flat head of the hammer up into the thing and just swing it over my head.
Nice. Yes, so it goes for you and it deflects his branch, and enraged, this tree blight takes its last multi-attack towards you with a bite.
Gordy again? Cool.
Was that?
Was it Gordy
attacking
again?
Yes,
Gordy
Gordy.
again? Cool. Still AC 17.
Sorry, I can't hear super well, so if I have
It's
to
all
ask
good.
multiple times, I apologize. Okay, what was... Sorry, repeat your AC again?
AC 17 currently.
17, and that is... Math. Actually, I think that's exactly 17. Yep.
Cool.
It's got you. So it goes with its mouth and it goes to bite you. And I'm gonna roll that. So that's 15 points of damage.
Oh,
Strong tree.
So
yeah.
with that, this tree flailing and biting, it rumbles and picks up its roots, and it is going to go.
Right before it bites him, Bo's like, "It's all bark and no bite." Oh,
No.
That's good.
I had a
That's
little
great.
going for a moment.
1 second. Sorry, I'm very slow with the mouse.
yes, it's running away before my turn. I see. Wise of it.
So it picks up its roots after biting and flailing around, picks up its roots, and you hear this just massive rumbling of this full-sized giant tree scramble towards the river. And I think if you have not taken a reaction yet, you may take an opportunity to attack at this time. If you are within 5 feet,
Can I charm it?
I think I don't. Can you do that? I think it's just a.
Can I charm a tree?
You guys are. Let me find out.
So normally I would get to make an opportunity attack, but because my readied action worked as a reaction, I will not get to do that.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Which is a shame because I can do a lot of damage per hit.
Ooh. Hold on 1 second.
Do I get one of those? I'm not really sure if is opportunity attack. Is that just a thing that anybody can do?
If you have any melee weapon in hand, you can do it as a reaction when he leaves your threatened area.
If you have an attack
Groovy.
on this rotation, though, right? Or can you do
No,
that
no,
anyway?
no. So it's a reaction. So
Yeah, so it has to be if you have not done a reaction yet. Between your last turn and your coming turn, I've already done a reaction because that was my ready thing, so that counts as a reaction. But most of you, I don't think anybody else has done a reaction.
Petre's reaction is to take this attack, so he does.
Go ahead.
Yes. Pew pew pew.
It's a 17 to hit the tree.
A 17 hit. Alrighty. That hits. What are you? How are you
Very
attacking?
well. What am I? What?
How are you attacking it?
With my beak. I only have the one beak.
Oh yes,
It's what I use for all of my beaking.
for all your beaking. Oh, also with your hunter's mark, is it like a bonus action to move that, or?
Yes, so I'll need to wait until my turn to
Okay.
do that.
Got it.
I do this. I rolled a 2 on my d4. I can elect to re-roll a die once per round. That's an attack damage die, so I'm going to do it, and I get another 2. 8 damage.
You said 8.
Yeah.
And
Alrighty.
you only get to swarm and bonus 1d4 once a turn.
1d6 once a turn. Yes.
Oh, 1d6, right. Oh, right. I keep mixing up your beak. I keep thinking that's the d6, like a.
Okay.
The rapier is 1d8 actually, which is why I was like, I don't think I'm supposed to have one of those in my face.
I don't know.
I just downgraded it to 1d4 because that's what the Orochimaru's talons are. So I was like, screw it.
Okay. You could have split the difference for a d6 maybe.
That's a
would
sand
say,
call.
I mean, I think that your beak would get a rapier. Since that's your only weapon, that's what...
I
What
won't
you said
fight
D6,
this call at all.
Just go with it, baby. Shh.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because I'm assuming like that's the weapon you've trained with your entire life, and yeah.
It's literally attached to the front of your face.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna get that nectar twice as hard as I used to.
Yeah, you literally have a sword face. So
Petrie has a revelation suddenly.
I'll let you re-roll that damage with that in mind. Yeah.
Can we
Oh,
get
really?
a moment of Petrie describing his coming to understanding his
Believing
character
in
arc
himself.
moment? His
Really
anime
need to-
flashback?
Oh no.
You need to not pause at that point in the sentence.
I will re-roll the 1 on my D8. It's an 8 on the D8, so it's 14 damage.
Nice.
I would love a flashback of Petrie training with his beak in whatever form or fashion that happened, if we may.
Actually, do that flashback while I put my poke in the fridge.
With
Fuck
his
yeah.
with the former
Very well.
lover.
No, I want it. I need it.
So the flashback ring being requested is what again?
Petrie, what led to his revelation of how to use his beak better? Perhaps training
Okay.
or some such thing.
So he used to do this thing where there would be an entire bush of flowers, a large bush, right? Because he's a large bird these days, right? And he would go from flower to flower to flower. But this one time, right? And he's just remembering it now. And he's like, this one time, a big gust of wind came through and it blew all the flowers off the bush. And I said to myself, you know what? I'm going to get every single flower before it touches the ground. And I didn't. I didn't succeed. You know why? Because I was thinking of my beak as a beak and not as an extension of my face, which is different. It's a different thing, right? You know, it's like I was thinking of my beak as like an object over here that one would hold in their hands instead of, no, the beak is me. I am the beak, right? And if I'd only done that, then I think I could have gotten all those flowers. Instead, I missed out on some sweet, sweet nectar.
Yeah. And perhaps failed to impress 1 or 2 ladies in the process.
Yeah. I didn't see any ladies watching, but you never know. You never know.
Ladies could be anywhere at any time.
Yeah. Which is why, as a bird, you must be screaming constantly.
That explains it.
I
Okay.
want
Yeah,
you guys
no.
to know that Sam is currently not back because she's cutting up a donut.
I can hear everything he's saying, though. That's what's important.
It could also cut a donut. We could each have half a donut.
Sam thought to herself,
I could have 2.5 donuts today.
Sam was like, "Can I cut every donut in here before they hit the ground?"
That
Oh
is
my God, Sam, are you one of those people? If Landon buys a box of donuts, does he come back later and he's got a box of half donuts?
Listen, I'm the one that buys the donuts, so I do what the fuck I want with them.
Yeah.
I'd have.
Do you-
Robin-
Do
I'd have
you
Robin
take
donut
out a
today.
quarter of a donut and leave 3/4 of a donut? Ever. Because we can't be friends.
I mean,
Look, we don't need
yeah,
to talk
he's
about
not my
that.
friend, but he is my husband. I like to take quarter of a donut.
I like everyone.
I'm
to taste
legally
every
bound
flavor.
to this quarter donut stealing, 3/4 donut ruining fiend.
I can't
When,
commit.
at the wedding, you really should have read the EULA that you just scrolled through. quick.
Look, if they leave you more than half a donut, that means they love you.
No, it means that they hate donuts.
No, it means that.
No.
So this is why Jordan is right, because I don't just leave 3/4 of a donut. I leave 3/4 of 3 or 4 donuts. Because it's not that I don't want a whole donut. It's that I want to taste all the different kinds of donuts.
There's like
She
four
gets
partial, like four broken, drying out donuts.
Their guts glistening in the winter air, hardening. Yeah.
I'd like to point out that Lizzie's away screen when she's using the bathroom is just
I didn't even notice. Oh my god.
okay. All right.
Okay,
Shall we continue?
So yes.
Yes,
So,
we
I'm
may.
just waiting to seduce.
Who else? Would anyone else like to take an opportunity attack? I think
I will. Yes.
you. I think Lyman. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. So
Why not?
this is a question that I've never done in D&D before. So I have gear. Can I use a piece of my gear as my reaction?
You can make so basically you can take an attack, or you can use a spell if it's marked as a reaction spell.
Right. But can I use gear? That's the thing I don't.
How so?
I've got some oil. I got a flask of oil I'd like to toss at it, but I don't know if I'm
If you're
allowed to.
trying to use it as an improvised weapon,
No, I just want to oil it up.
so that would not work. So
Okay.
you could use an improvised weapon where you're making a weapon
Yeah.
attack towards it, but if you're trying to like do something with the oil,
Got it.
that
Okay.
would be a full
Yeah.
action.
Well, then,
I think part of the logic is that if you had it in your hand
hmm,
to start with, maybe that would be fine. But because you'd have to like dig through the thing, then pull it out. This is sort of like, oh, he's moving, yeah, and just like lash out
Yeah.
by
Well,
instinct.
I don't have my rapier out, so I will use a spell instead. I will. So, let's see. Foe is going to. Yeah. So, Foe's going to just curse it a little bit as he's wriggling around, and he's saying, "Bonus to you!" And he'll use prestidigitation to just make it look like there are a bunch of termites crawling up the trunk.
So you can use prestidigitation as a reaction?
It's a spell. She can't.
No,
So,
is it marked
tech-
as a reaction?
Technically,
Oh.
a spell,
Got
yeah, a spell will say reaction as it's
Oh.
casting time,
Let me
if it's available for them.
I
Sorry,
don't believe it is.
I'm new to spell using
Sorry,
characters.
I'll show you. I'll show
Okay,
you where it
so I'll just
shows.
attack.
Sorry, that was a Pilsner.
That was a
It's fine.
Pilsner.
Did we just talk over? Okay.
No, I see it.
Our-
Sam, you're good. Yeah, I see it. Okay, so I don't have my sword out, so I can't actually do anything.
So yeah, hold on. So
Yeah.
for weapons,
Mhm.
I kind of let people I just like hand wave whether or not it's out because I assume that a
Oh.
weapon is on your person,
Okay.
like drawable at any time, as opposed to items are like in your bag.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Then I'm a
So-
stab it.
I will say that you may stab it.
I'm a stab
So
it.
go ahead and make a
Good.
attack roll.
Good call. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Here we go. I'm going to attack with my rapier. Here we go.
Is it attached to your face? That's the question.
It's not. I rolled a 1, so I got a total of 3, because I'm a slug,
Hey,
And
I bet it
also-
was-
and
Oh,
also
you're
a raccoon, and I don't really know what I'm doing.
Describe how
I bet if it were attached to your face, that would have gone better.
Alright, so what you see is this slug wriggling around, but occasionally like a shoulder or like a paw will like come out of the shimmery illusion of a slug, and you see like you see a rapier come out, but like the arm length is all wrong for how he's stabbing. He clearly doesn't understand how long his arms currently are, and it just kind of like barely grazes it, and ultimately it just looks pathetic. And then you see Raccoon kind of like stumble out of this slug that's still writhing and dancing.
Wonderful.
To quote Homestar Runner,
Wymax is terrified.
that monster is going to give me
I'm very
nightmares.
disturbed.
Wait, I gotta hear the Homestar Runner quote. I couldn't hear it because
Oh,
Lance
just
laughed at him.
that monster is going to give me nightmares,
Beautiful.
which is, I believe, from the old timey alternate thing that they built.
So Foe shouts, "Retribution!" And
And then just a little raccoon paw waggling.
it just goes incredibly
And
poorly.
now I just feel gross.
Well, don't make me feel bad.
I feel awful, so that means you have to feel gross.
Y'all gross.
So,
Am I allowed to charm?
That's how you look all the time.
I don't believe. Here, let me check. If you,
You can click on reactions. It will tell
yeah,
you.
there's a list of what your reactions are. I do not believe.
She has a bunch of slugs pulled up on her screen.
So, oh my god,
Actions.
just looking at.
Click
I
reactions.
admire the commitment to the bit, and that's just
You
can
can
only
only
attack.
make an attack. So let me show you really quick. So the way you know if you can take a spell as a
It was
reaction
literally.
is if you click on it, like here, it says, oh, that one's like a long one. Here's charm person, right? It says casting time, a bonus action. It has to say a reaction.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I could maybe do.
So you would see this R right here?
Yes.
You could do
Okay.
those.
You can only attack because under reaction options, that's all that it has.
Yeah, you don't really have anything good to use as a reaction, unless you were like doing that, but that's not
What
really.
weapon does Limax have?
But you can use.
I have a letter.
you-
Can I make it see?
you do have an attack though. You have a unarmed. You have a constrict attack, which is an unarmed like special slug attack.
Okay.
So you can use that if you want. You don't have to.
I'm gonna slug him.
Okay,
that's her answer to everything.
And roll to hit. So that's just click that one.
All right. 22.
That hits.
Holy fuck!
Yeah, that's right. Slug him. Slug him.
Plug him, baby.
So yeah, go ahead and roll your damage.
Your damage.
Damage.
3.
Okay. So
That's not good.
I think you can't use bonus action yet. So
Okay.
so this, just so you know, if you are doing this on your normal turn and you hit them, it has a special bonus action that you can add to that.
Okay.
But since it's just a reaction, you can't take that bonus action right now. And I believe it's under here. So if you look under, where is it?
I can show her if you want to continue the thing.
Constrict.
Yes.
Yeah, you can grab onto them basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can luchador them.
Yep. So how much damage was that again?
3.
Got it. So you lash out with your sluggy body and just kind of like grasp some bark off of it, and some bark peels off.
Does the bark stay in Limax?
Yeah, it's like stuck climax.
Oh,
Oh
cool.
no. I'm a mess.
Don't look at me.
Look at who I am.
Okay.
Because I'm freaked out by this slug raccoon monstrosity.
So a quick question as it's running away. Does it look like it is running away, or like what do we see? What's its mannerism?
You see it like pick its roots up off the ground, and after it flails out at you, it just kind of like scuttles away and then turns around and faces
Oh,
you.
it turned around. Okay.
Okay, so you took your actions. Alrighty. So now Max is actually your actual turn.
Oh.
So you see the tree blight turned around with its back to the water, and its roots are kind of just like.
Mhm. So it's far away now.
It's about 30 feet away.
Is it exactly 30 feet?
You can use your
You may
ruler.
use your-
It is 25 feet from you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to charm it.
Wow.
If that's
Okay.
allowed.
Just
I'm
keep an
loving
eye on
this.
how many spell slots you have, just because you will run out.
Oh you got.
Good enough. There's another.
Is it humanoid enough or like
Good
animaloid enough?
You know, I would say that you would know that you can't charm it because it is not humanoid. It is the category is huge plant.
Huge
And
plant.
it is
Okay.
possibly not really sentient enough for charming to do much anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm
And I will say the will of the wisp was because you would know that that's like an undead creature. It
Gotcha.
was some kind of soul before. This is
Weird
some kind
kinks.
of plant monstrosity. So you would know. I won't say you wasted it. I'll say you would just know from practicing to charm plants
Your
in your
many
free time
years of seduction.
that it doesn't work.
okay.
You've tried to charm
Like
trees
you
before.
certainly have tried before.
I've tried.
Yeah.
I'm trying. I'll test out my new abilities when I get home to my babies. Can I use acid arrow?
Mhm.
Acid arrow.
Right.
Okay. And I click the.
Yeah, Asadero was the jam, I would say.
23.
Good choice.
23. Ooh.
Slug's gonna slug.
So you shoot
Slug 'em, baby.
the acid out of your slime, forms these arrows, and bam into the tree. Go ahead and roll your damage.
That one is 12.
All right.
Can we say it was the part of you that had bark in it?
Yes.
And you were just disgusted.
All bark, all bite.
Yeah. So the bark collects in the slime, and the slime forms this acidic arrow. And it just bam shoots out, hits the tree, blows a little tiny hole in it, and the bark kind of sticks back onto the tree.
And I blow him a little kiss because I can't seduce him from here.
Haven't totally given
A
up.
little, just
So-
a little.
So by the law of the slugs, it can't be mad now.
No.
It can't
Yeah.
do that. Yeah. So that was your action. You still have your movement and your bonus action if you would like to take them.
I just want to get close to her.
Okay.
How far can I? Does it?
How Balthazar feels about you.
I can move 25 feet. All right. I'm just gonna get. How do I measure this? Besides using. Where'd my girl go? Oh God. She disappeared. Where'd she go?
Where's your girl?
Oh, there she is. There she is. She was on the.
She was, on the
He's okay.
snowdrop.
On the snowdrop. Okay, let me measure. Hold on.
And if you want to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go right there.
I'm okay. I haven't even eaten my cookie yet.
You can also go diagonal
Oh.
if you want that. Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. I love that you're just running at this giant fucking tree.
Slug's gonna slug. We've been talking about this.
Mm-hmm.
Slug's gonna slug.
All right, so you slug up to it, and all right, okay. Looks like that is it. Alright, Petrie, up to you. You see Limax run up to this tree after it breaks away from you and is menacing with its roots.
Okay, so Petrie is going to use a bonus action to refocus Hunter's Mark onto this tree, and is more or less deeply annoyed with this tree.
Hunter's Mark.
In fact, I think he's more deeply annoyed with this tree. I'm double checking on. Okay, all right, okay. Petrie is. Looking briefly at the. Do we have like is the tree this tree thing over here by Slugsley?
Yes.
Okay, so the tree is.
Sorry, what was the question?
I was just trying to place the tree on the map, and the tree is here.
Yes, yeah.
So the tree has a representation. The tree seems to be going for this river, which I find upsetting. Perhaps if the tree reaches the river, the tree will succeed in some form of, I don't know, retrieval. So Petrie, uninterested in seeing what this tree would do with the assistance of water, flies over yonder, and he has the movement to make it all the way around the tree and approach from this side without approaching an attack of opportunity. You will use the bonus action to move Hunter's Mark to the tree, and then do a double attack. One of them is a dirty 20, and then one of them is a 9.
Okay. So the 20 hits, and I don't think the 9 does. Let me just double check. No, the 9 does not.
It should not. The 13 did not.
Yeah.
That was on the Will-O-Wisp. Okay, so Petrie, sensing that the slug is in danger and this tree is trying to achieve some sort of tree goals that he must now thwart single-beakedly, swoops in, does a damage or 2 or 16. Hold on. Okay, that's a D8. Yeah, 16's fine. I don't think either of those should be rerolled. He did leave out the extra D6 from the swarm because he intends to make the tree move 15 feet. The tree must make a strength save versus DC 13.
Okay. All right.
Oh no!
We'll see how strong these roots are versus this hummingbird.
Yeah. Bring it. It's not one hummingbird. It's all of us.
He's doing the dance of the
several hummingbirds.
The pelt of petals.
So describe to me what the hummingbirds are trying to do.
So the hummingbirds are joining me in this attack. And a lot of the times when Petrie attacks, the hummingbirds start in and they deal more little piercings and they peck and they deal 1d6 extra. But this time, he's instructing the swarm to assist him in repelling the tree. He's going to move the tree 15 feet yonder, over here by Tortoise Man, Buckethead,
Yes.
Gordy Bucket.
Bring it.
Unless the tree passes a strength saving throw DC 13.
Okay, so all these spirit hummingbirds are swarming this tree, attempting to push it back. This tree digs its roots into the ground and resists the push of the birds with a roll of 23. It is going to prevent your push to push it away.
Very well.
She's strong.
All right. So you did, so anything else on your turn?
That's it. I will be saving my reaction to react.
Got it. All right. Gordy.
Yes. All right.
You see
Let's
this
see what I can
swarm
do
around
here.
this tree, and it resists, but it's standing strong as its roots just dig deeper into the ground.
So I'm going to move over here adjacent to it. I'm going to actually try to sort of I can't occupy the same space that Limax is, but I'm going to sort of try to attract the thing's attention so it's not going to be swinging at Limax because I'm towering up on this giant, white, almost pure white, like pale green praying mantis, and swinging a flashing hammer. Whereas Limax is beautiful but small and on the ground. So the goal is to stop our slow friend from getting squished. So I'm going to charge up over there. A couple things. One, I'm going to swear a vow of enmity. That's my paladin of vengeance ability. Since it bit me, I'm not happy about that, and I'm going to declare that I swear a vow of enmity as I'm charging over. Basically,
Do it in character. Swear it.
I'm doing it.
Give him a chance, you impatient buffoon.
So basically, as I'm turning Snowdrop around and then facing the thing, and I see Limax start charging forward and say, "By Donato's subtle hammer, no." He's not a man of complex words, but this is very loud and it probably echoes through the woods. So he is charging over there and declaring vow of enmity so I'll gain advantage on attacks against this for 1 minute or until it drops to 0 hit points.
All right.
I'm also going to cast as a bonus action my one bonus action for the turn. I'm going to use I think probably I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself to give myself +2 to AC.
Got it.
And I'm going to have that extend because it affects only me. I'm going to have that extend to my mount also. So Snowdrop also gets +2 AC.
Got it.
And then we're going to go ahead and do an attack action for both Snowdrop and myself on this thing. We'll start with Snowdrop because Snowdrop has 10-foot reach and I only have 5-foot reach. So Snowdrop technically gets to go first on swinging. So Snowdrop is making an attack at +6 to try to deal 2d6 +4 slashing damage. Let me navigate over here, and so this is at +6. So this is Snowdrop trying to attack. Yes. So Snowdrop gets a 22 event, 16 +6. So
that does hit. So Snowdrop goes out and is able to get is it biting or clawing?
So this is claws. So yeah, flashing out the claws and the sort of hidden blades on them, and try to rake on both sides of the thing's trunk, basically.
Easily rakes it. Go ahead and roll damage for Snowdrop.
Okay, that's 2d6 +4. So that's 12 damage from Snowdrop.
All right.
Now, technically, since Snowdrop hit, that grapples any target it hits. So technically the tree is now grappled because Snowdrop got a hug going, which means her multi-attack kicks in. So she gets a bite attack, which is less powerful, but still a second attack. And the thing there's an escape DC of 14. So if it wants to get itself ungrappled, it'll need to make a grapple check to beat a 14.
Got it.
Okay, so we're going to do the second attack. This is for the bite for Snowdrop. That's a natural 19 up to a 25 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, so that's a D8 +4. Okay, so Snowdrop hits first, only 6 damage, but that's okay.
Snowdrop's just slashing into this, and that first attack really got in there, and you hear it roar out this like hollow bellowing tree noise, and it looks like it's starting to be it looks bloodied.
Excellent. So the cool thing is because Snowdrop just like rears up and gets in there in sort of true horrific fey insectoid fashion, and then like grabs the thing, and essentially like because the thing is so heavy and big, instead of pulling the tree towards Snowdrop essentially sort of like just pummels in toward the tree, which is great because I, as Gordy, can basically use that momentum and just slam into the thing with the maul. So I have advantage on 2. We're going to take attack action. So we're going to do the first. So the first swing, I'll roll. I'll just roll 2 twice. So we'll do that once and twice. Ooh, geez. A 5 and a 3 naturally, so an 8 and a 6 modified.
Yeah, that does not hit.
Okay, but we'll go for the second attack. So, wow, I'm just rolling terribly. Okay, so the highest number there is a 14. Does a 14 hit?
Unfortunately, it does not. You go for it, and you hit into this tree, and you just feel the bark is just about to give way, but unfortunately, it does not.
Wow, that was a shame. I was gonna do about 50 damage there. Okay, but sometimes you roll real low, so that's it for me.
Wow.
Cool. Snowdrops. Fucking killing it though.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a good thing. Good thing I made a friend or conjured a friend.
What is Snowdrop's gender? I guess they're conjured, so I mean, it could be whatever they choose, right?
Yeah, I tend to go with she because in turtle culture, most of the like high religious figures and high societal figures are female. So
Snowdrop.
so Snowdrop is she for Gordy's purposes.
Beautiful. I love Snowdrop, by the way.
Yeah, me too. I mean,
So yeah, you see this bright, brilliant white mantis steed just grasp into this tree and just like, it's probably much more graceful than that. And you go for a really solid hit, which just, you can see that bark just like slightly denting in, but just, you just must have hit a spot that was a little bit more tough.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Oh, what are you doing?
Cool. So, quick question about held actions. If I hold my action, can I move when I activate my turn? Or do I have to move first and then activate my turn after?
I think you have to move. I think you can only hold the action part.
Okay. Then, let's see. What is my movement speed?
Yeah, I mean, technically, you could use the ready action to set up a dash, but then you're not getting any non-dash action for the turn.
Yeah, well, that's true. I do have a bonus action. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I will go ahead and move just to right over here. I was going to kind of get behind this rock thing right here where you can still see what's going on, but he's not in any immediate action, and he's going to hold his turn.
Okay, are you gonna be using bonus action to hide as a rogue? So you can try to get sneak damage?
Quick question about, because it doesn't tell me this anywhere, is pulling something out, like pulling out a piece of gear, is that a bonus action or an action? What is that?
I would ask, like, what are you doing with it? Like, what is it? What are you doing?
I want to pull out a flask of oil in my tinderbox.
So, what are you trying to do, is what I should ask.
Well, right now I just want for him to have a tinderbox and a flask of oil in his paws.
Wait, what are you right now?
I am a raccoon.
I guess I'm asking you, what is your held action? Because you need to declare your held action.
I am going to wait to see if I have an opportunity to throw this flask of oil at the tree.
Okay. So
But I don't want to do it yet.
So you are waiting until it moves towards you?
I'm waiting until after it moves to see where it moves to. If it moves out of range, I won't throw it. Or if someone kills it, I won't throw it. But if it stays in my range after its movement, I will throw it.
It needs like a triggering event. So I guess...
So the tree's turn, basically, would be my triggering event, if that's allowed.
Huh. Y'all got always kind of the most complicated stuff that I got. Hold on 1 second. Let me just...
I'm just, getting ready.
And I can provide a little insight on the pulling things out of your pack. On your turn, you get a bonus action, a move, a normal action, and you also get to communicate if you want, and you can interact with an object or a feature of the environment. So, like, drawing a sword is generally considered one of those, like, even faster than bonus action things that you can sort of do as you're doing other stuff, for instance.
Well,
and so you've got to...
it counts as an attack to throw it. It counts as an improvised weapon throwing attack to throw my flask of oil. So for now, I just want to draw it and have that in the tinderbox in my hand. Okay. And then I want to just hang out here until after the tree is moved, if that's allowed.
Okay, so I will say also, you probably would want to take your bonus action to hide, since you're a rogue, which you can do.
Yes, I do want to do that, yes.
And
that's kind of why I'm waiting for it to move. Because right now I'm in cover, I'm hidden, I want to wait till this thing is not a danger.
So you're trying to stay in cover. Listen.
You can totally have a ready action, though, to throw it as an improvised attack when the tree moves. That works out.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do.
Okay, so you're triggering it on any movement?
Because
if it doesn't move, you'll lose that.
After the tree does whatever it's going to do this turn. If it attacks someone, if it moves, I'm just waiting for it to do something that's not attacking me before I reveal myself.
Yeah, so you could have two triggers of either it moves or it attacks, and either one means you chuck it. That seems reasonable.
Yeah, I'll let that. I'll let that fly. All right. Okay, so you are hidden, and you have your oil flask.
Oil flask in one hand, tinderbox in the other, if that's okay.
Got it. Okay. Alrighty, we'll remember that. Balthazar.
Okay. First, as a bonus action, I would like to move my hex from our last defeated enemy to the tree.
All right. Hex. What am I gonna use to show hex? I don't think I can change the color, so we're gonna do this little lightning bolt. You can barely see it, but
Lightning bolt.
Yeah.
I will know.
Lightning bolt.
And then I will Eldritch blast it again, but with hex.
Balthazar loves Eldritch blasting things.
It's
That's
the
warlocks
easiest
for
until
you.
I get in melee range, and I want, but I want the hex up before I deal.
It's
I
just a
haven't had the
warlock thing.
opportunity to show you.
Yeah,
That's what warlocks
Very
do.
easy.
If you've met any warlock, this is all they do pretty much.
Wonderful. I'm just waiting for the headbutt. That's what I'm here for.
I don't think either one's gonna hit.
And yeah, we have a rolling poorly.
Oh, I see it. There you go. Yeah, so you go and you try to shoot your Eldritch Blast, but I think that perhaps the elevation of the land is a little bit deceptive and they go wide, both of them.
Alright, and then I will move, and that way Landon will be satisfied on my next turn. It will be hexed, and I can melee it if it's still alive.
And I'm also
Headbutt.
Oh, do you really headbutt? I was joking. I'm really excited.
Oh,
I am, but I just, the whole first combat happened away from me because you guys were in a thing and I was outside. And then this one, I have such poor initiative that I'm getting to it after. I've not been able to get close to it.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Balthazar. So it is now the Tree Blight's turn. So it is being surrounded and attacked from all sides. What is it gonna do?
What's it gonna do?
Don't look at the slug. Look at me. I'm shining.
So you're attempting to distract it. You know, I'm gonna have you make a
So it
check.
also worth keeping in mind it is grappled technically by Snowdrop also.
Yes. Okay, so it is grappled.
It's grappling the
Um,
whole last tree. Damn, Snowdrop.
Actually, yeah. So grapple only works if you're within one size category or something. So Snowdrop is large. So if this thing is gargantuan, then the grapple would not take.
Size. It says huge, so I'm assuming that's the next step up.
Yeah.
That's it's larger than large.
This is like a 50-foot tree.
Yeah.
Big McLarge.
large and in charge.
I will say that makes sense, right? Large than huge.
Yeah.
And I
I think
assume
so, yeah.
giant. Then I assume a planet.
Momentous.
It's like gargantuan, colossal.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're right. Gargantuan is.
These are like old school cookbooks where it's like a pinch of this, a dash of that,
Yes.
Today,
one precise dash of pepper.
Lard from your lobster.
Certainly not more than one. Definitely not less than one. Be very careful.
So your Snowdrop is grasping this tree, and you're waving in front of its face, trying to distract from Limax. So this tree is going to focus its attention on you. It is
Good.
going to pull one of its roots out of the ground and go to smack you with it.
Schmack.
Sweet.
Oh, is it a big schmack?
Schmacker, schmacker, schmacker.
Oh, is it a big schmack?
It's a
What we got?
28 to hit.
We
What?
should be,
28 to hit.
Okay, I only have 19 for AC, so that'll hit.
I'm going to start typing in our rules just so we have it in the chat.
I can't kiss trees. That's what I've learned.
Well, sorry,
I mean,
I'm just
yeah,
staring
they might just not.
at shoot without actually reading.
They might just not consent. Have you
Yeah.
talked about tree
I
consent?
do consent. That's why I only.
Well, I know you consent.
I know. I'm saying. I learned about from Sonic the Hedgehog.
Okay, so it goes and it pulls its root out of the ground and reaches towards you, and it grasps you. You are grappled.
Okay.
So you are grappled by the tree. Its root. Snowdrop is grappling the tree. You are in this entanglement of roots, and the tree is not going to attempt to break free from Snowdrop this round, but you may, on your turn, attempt to escape.
Mhm.
I'm getting
And-
a visualization of the grappling in the Zoom right now.
Hold on 1 second.
That's good grappling. Yes.
That's what we'll
Snow- Snowdrop is clearly the lighter colored one.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Snowdrop.
I believe in you, Snowdrop. You can do it.
Yes. 1 second.
Grapple.
You're smaller but fierce. So fierce.
I've got too many windows up.
It's okay, I'm distracting them with cats.
You are going to take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as it grappled you and squeezes.
Sure. I will take 8 damage.
All right. Okay. And that's going to be its turn.
Wait, that means it's time for me to throw some oil.
Oh, yeah, because you have your held action. Oh,
That's right. It did attack, so yeah, you get your trigger.
what are you doing over there, sir?
I was filming the kittens grappling for a visual.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it was very cute and very effective as a visual aid.
Yeah.
And now Landon is super brightly lit. That was awesome.
Oh, wow. Look at it just settle in like that.
That's cool.
Well, it's because I did it.
Oh, you're changing it on the computer. I didn't realize.
No, it must be automatic. Landon can't do anything.
So I have improvised thrown weapon. So where do I need to click? I've never done that
So
before.
there on your sheet under attack. I think, let me see the bonus to improvise weapon is.
And I'm not sure what this counts as a sneak attack. I guess it doesn't matter because it's oil.
Hold on 1 second. I'll answer that in a second.
You would care about one.
I'm still mad that I missed both of my attacks with advantage.
It was
Rumble.
a valiant effort.
It happened.
The slugs appreciate you.
Yeah.
The slugs rejoice.
Okay.
Yeah, well, maybe if I die, I'll get a statue from Slug Kind in Slug City.
Oh yeah, we're great artists.
So I have an important question for you.
Yes.
Do you have a history of throwing things at people?
Oh yeah.
And explain to me how. Like,
Yeah.
like what?
Yeah.
Prove to me
So
through your RP.
when he was royalty, you see if I'll have a flashback. You see, he is standing outside a luscious, rich garden outside of the equivalent of what a palace would be, but it's a fox den. It is glorious. There are fox sculptures everywhere. More than one is of him, or other foxes resembling him. And I know. And you see some little forest spirits coming and trying to pluck some fruits off of the royal trees. And Foe's like, aha, another! And he throws a stone at it, and it hits, and all the other foxes around him start cackling. And he's like, your turn! And then you see the fox next to him throw a rock at a forest spirit trying to get the fruit. And as Foe is remembering this anime flashback, he's kind of cackling now we hit the tree! Alright, and so then he's gonna throw a flask of oil.
Okay, so I will grant you your proficiency bonus on that then. So you will D20 plus 2.
So my personal mental image that flashed up while he was having his flash, Gordy flashed up a picture of Foe messily throwing a full Starbucks cup at a waitress and messy drunk leaning out of a car you suck.
That's valid.
That's
yeah,
absolutely correct. That's a 20.
On the die?
18 plus 2.
Got it. Dirty 20. Okay, so that hits. Explain what you're trying to do here.
Gotcha. So you see Foe, you know how foxes do the leap thing? You see the raccoon do that, and it's a little bit awkward because it's a raccoon and not a fox. But then as he's mid leap, he goes, yeah! And he throws the oil flask as far and as high as he can. The ceramic bottle, the ceramic container bursts and breaks, and oil spills all over this weird fucking tree thing.
So go ahead and, because you were hidden, I will let you get sneak attack damage for the bottle hitting the tree.
For the bottle?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're lucky.
Yeah, but my hammer's not doing so hot. But yeah, that makes sense.
But you did hide.
I did hide. And then I fox leapt,
And then you popped.
which adds momentum.
And
Okay.
the fox,
You said
the
it was
fox,
awkward.
fox dog will settle anything, really.
What do I roll for this?
It's 3d6. So if you go to your attack, it's at the very bottom of your list
Okay.
under other.
3d6.
You got sneak attack, confirmed a rogue.
All right. That is a 4. A 1.
So if you just
And a
put that
6.
on your sheet, then it does. Oh, you're doing it in here. Sorry, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, because if you do it on in feature reference.
Yeah, but I like to be dramatic.
Okay, that's fine. That's valid. What? So what's your total? I can't.
11.
11.
So you get a lucky shot in. You throw this oil and it cracks, and in like parts where the bark has been smashed away by these other attacks, the glass just like sticks into the soft parts of the tree, and it's like that like hurt it. Surprisingly. So okay, so
Get off my lawn!
okay, so your sneak attack is done. Lima,
I threw a full drink at you.
It's me.
your turn. Dad.
I am going to use poison spray.
All right.
I'm going to hit just this one. Poison.
Is it a spell?
It's a cantrip.
Cantrip. Yep. Go ahead.
I got 12.
12. So you face this tree and attempt to like spray out the poison, but it just kind of like with the thrashing of the tree, that spray just kind of whoosh in the wind and doesn't seem to
Poison spray is in the wind, spreading everywhere in
get.
this
I guess.
group
Gordon-
pile.
Gordon-
I didn't check the details actually to see.
Gordon,
Well,
who's
there's one
being
that says
grappled by the
con
tree,
is
starts
13.
coughing.
Was I supposed to go by that?
What
Oh
is it?
wait!
says
Oh,
con
it's a
is 13.
Constitution saving throw.
It
Oh,
says con is 13, then it says utility, and that's what I rolled for.
hold on 1 second. Let me just read.
Yeah, so not an attack roll so much as just a saving throw.
You're right. So that makes more sense. So you did not have to roll to hit. It does hit it, and it's going. We're going to see if it affects it right now. So I'm going to roll Constitution saving throw for the tree. Where's my tab?
Yep.
That is a 16. So this poison spray, this noxious gas, pops out of your body and kind of settles on this tree. And it's thrashing, but it doesn't seem to affect it. It doesn't seem to sink in.
I'm going to rub it on my body like suntan lotion and hang out. And that's my turn.
Okay? All right, Petrie, it's you. There's this tree covered in oil, wriggling about. You see it has grasped Gordy with its roots, and Snowdrop kind of is like clamped onto it.
Okay, well, I'm going to take this moment to dramatically.
It's fortune time. Oh my god.
Oh,
Tell us-
sweet.
Tell us what the hummingbirds say.
I can't wait to see what this
I
says.
love snack fortunes.
Snack of fortune.
Okay, so Petrie consults the hive. And he's like, what do I do? What do I do? A modest man never talks to himself.
I think you called yourself the fuck out. Oh man,
That's wow.
that's ancient wisdom, is what that is.
Okay, Petrie flies over to this rock and thinks for a whole moment.
All right.
Silently, I assume.
Is that what you do?
Yeah, no, the swarm is like, hey man, get your fucking shit together. And he's like, I think I will, actually. I'll be right back.
Are you holding your action?
So you buzz away,
Nope.
and
Okay.
the tree's gonna make an opportunity attack against you. It's gonna take its
Oh
turn.
no.
No.
It sees you with this swarm leaving its grasp, and
Oh, Petrie.
that's the.
Peach.
Oh, you can't see it. Where is it? Oh, you can't.
Wow.
It doesn't exist if you can't see it. That's a natural 20.
Oh,
Peachy's going down. Peachy took 20 already.
Oh.
yeah.
So that was
She
a
had-
branch attack to go for you. And that's gonna be calculator because I cannot do math. That has 18 points of damage.
Hey,
Okay.
still up. Okay.
You take that?
Petrie has 6 hit points.
So
Yeah, Petrie and Gordy actually have the same exact hit point maximum total.
6.
That little bird?
He's a
very
big ranger. They got a good hit die. He doesn't have a terrible con.
So you get bludgeoned with this branch, and you kind of go spinning. And
Okay.
yes, you have been damaged.
I land in the trees, and I'm going to use my bonus action to really think on the last thing that my swarm told me before. My swarm told me to go consider my options.
Oh man, I love you people.
Others take notice of your radiance.
Taking notice of
Sounds like
something.
some Limac shit.
Okay, so you know what
I was
Petrie
like,
does?
yeah.
Petrie's taken a movement so far.
Uh-huh.
Petrie uses his action to cast Fairy Fire on the area.
Nice.
Ooh. Wait, does that work like actual fire?
No,
No.
Oh,
it's an illusion basically.
well, fuck.
Yep.
So any creature in the area when the spell is cast is outlined in light if it fails its dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to position the area of effect, which is a 20-foot cube, like so.
Perfect. Ah, thank you. All right. So it's going to make the dexterity saving throw against that.
DC 13.
It fails.
Okay.
Can you have it affect yourself? Is there a way to position the cube so you also glow like a boss?
I choose not to. I believe that others take note of your radiance is a reference to the radiance that I cause, not the radiance that I myself emit, which would grant combat advantage, which is what it does. So any attack roll against an affected creature or object has advantage if the attacker can see it, and the affected creature or object can't benefit from being invisible.
Beautiful. So you cast this spell, and this cube lights up. What color is it?
It's blue, like my swarm. Actually, the fairy fire takes the form of the swarm. My swarm is just like, they will note your radiance. Actually, we're just talking about us. And then they all fly over and they just swarm all over the thing. And now you guys have advantage when you attack it.
I like that they basically told you to quit talking and let them do what they want.
You go sit on that rock. We got this.
Wonderful. So for the next minute, everyone has advantage against attacks as these spirit birds come over and light up this tree with blue light. The blue light that is imbued around this tree reflects off the river and onto you, Petrie, and you are in a beautiful glow, I would say.
Aha.
Yeah. Or maybe
It's
it's
so
like
beautiful.
what do you call, oh, I gotta demonstrate. Maybe it's like one of those bottom lit glows, and you're like,
An underlight.
Yeah, there we go.
Spooky.
The most
Got
flattering
some,
of lights.
some spooky underlighting.
We see all of Petrie's chins.
Oh.
Beautiful.
And his
It's a
little
ruffle.
Yeah. I approve.
So, Gordy, it is your turn. You are
Oh.
grappled, but you
Sweet.
may choose to attack while being grappled. It doesn't
Yeah,
stop.
all grapple does is say I can't move, but I'm not going anywhere until this thing drops anyway. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and we'll go ahead. We'll let my better half Snowdrop attack first. Okay, and this is also at advantage now. So this is at a +6. So I'll roll 1, and then I'll roll a second one. So this is for the claws of Snowdrop, either an 8 or a 9. Man, I'm rolling very badly indeed.
Yeah,
That's a 2 and then a 3. Okay, but fortunately it's already grappled, so she does get to do a bite attack because it did not try to end the grapple. So this is another at advantage, either either a 19 or a 21, so those both
Yes,
presumably hit.
It does hit.
Okay, so that's a D8 plus 4. So that's 11 damage from the bite, which is piercing damage.
So yeah, so Snowdrop bites into this tree. She's got it in her claw paws and just takes a chunk out of it and spits it because she has class and she wouldn't eat such a thing.
Sweet.
She doesn't swallow. Here.
Okay,
Do not
and then
objectify Snowdrop. I will cast you out of this.
We're just on a consent, Landon.
all right, so I'm going to cast
Snowdrop
Hunter.
put his wood in her mouth. I don't know.
Excuse me, sir. Take it back. All right.
Pardon. All right, so I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark because I'm a Paladin of Vengeance and I've already sworn against this thing. So I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on it, which basically means I get an extra, I believe, D6 on every attack.
Okay.
Yes, every successful hit deals a little more damage. And should you seek to track this creature either through survival or perception, you will get an advantage on that.
Yes, thank you.
I'm gonna get. Oops, that's not. Oh, that works. I was trying to draw a box around it. Do you see the little blob action I drew?
Yes.
That's your 100.
Yes.
Sorry, it's not elegant.
It's all good. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do my first swing again.
And 2 hunter's marks.
Yes. So, and this is again I'm at double advantage, which doesn't do anything, but I think it's worth noting. All right, so
Very advantageous of you.
Just a flex.
so I got a dirty 20 on with the advantage roll.
That hits.
Wonderful. Okay, so now I get to go ahead and do the. Hang on a sec. So that's 2d6 plus 15, and I get to re-roll some bad numbers. Okay, so the first hit is dealing. I'm going to re-roll the 1d6 where I got a 1. So I got another 1. That's okay. So I hit for 22 on the first hit.
Okay.
And then we're going to do a second attack.
Out of it, and you see bits of bark just fly off.
Nice. Okay, and then a 22 on the second attack. For that's to
Make it up
That's
for those
good.
bad rolls.
well, I'm still rolling pretty badly, but no, I got it. That's pretty good.
I'm 19.
We're all impressed. That's what you're
Okay, so and then we got this is another 2d6 plus 15 with 3 rolls. Oh, actually, no. On that first swing, I just realized I wanted to use my Holy Smite power to. I'm going to burn my first level spells to do an extra 2d8 damage of radiant damage.
Yes.
Damn, Turtle.
It's
Okay,
turtle.
so I'm going to roll the extra 2d8 now. So this is just bonus radiant damage on top of my first swing. Just an extra 4 damage.
So your is it a maul? I forgot what it was.
Yes, it's a maul.
Lights up with this holy radiant light, and you all see that pure white light kind of reflect off of Snowdrop, and with the blue of these birds surrounding this white light, smacking this tree and bark flying everywhere. It's quite the sight to see.
So yeah, so that first hit turned into functionally 26. And then now we're going to roll damage for the second one. And I will choose whether or not I want to burn another spell slot to deal another bonus 2d8. But first, we're going to just do normal damage. I'm going to re-roll that 2. So we're replacing that 2 with another 2, apparently. So the second swing deals 20 damage.
Nice.
Do I have any intuition on whether it's likely to go down from that 20 damage?
So you see this tree, you go into it with the second swipe and bursts, like just chunks of wood just bursting off, and you see it kind of like wobbling with in its grasp, and it looks really rough. It looks like it might be on its last roots.
Okay, so I do want to spend the extra spell
roots.
slot to do the extra 2d8 on the... So instead of just doing 20, the second hit is going to deal an extra 13. So that second hit is for 33 with the radiant power of the Holy Smite.
So radiant. So was how many points was radiant?
So 13 of it is radiant, and 20 of it is bludgeoning.
Got it. Okay. Woo. Okay.
Damn bucket.
So you go for it, and this tree, it's just, what do you call it? Just bits smashing up, and there are just huge holes in its trunk, and it looks just like it's about to tip over. It is struggling.
Excellent. Okay, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. So the sort of narration of that, now that we've got all the math done, is essentially because so Gordy rode up essentially and just like latched onto this thing with Snowdrop, who's like ripping into it. He's trying to he's basically just slamming the same part. He's very stubborn. So it's not, so even though you mentioned like, oh, he needs to hit like a different part of the bark or whatever, he's like, no, fuck that. And he's basically just like, I'm going to treat this like a piece of steel and working in a forge. I am just going to keep hitting this one part, and eventually it'll work because I will batter through my problems with main force. So he basically just does that, and then eventually with the power of the light, so he basically calls on, actually, hang on. He calls on Rapal, the sort of the fierce warrior. He's one of the 4 pillars of the turtle religion. He's calling on Rapal, the swift warrior, and basically just like has that energy glowing through his through the maul as he just bounces off, sinks it in, and then sinks it in even more, and like the blast of light as Bart flies from that side of the thing and into the water and whatever.
Drama.
Yes. So like you said, those early attacks had just been hitting solid bark, and then you just keep smashing away at the same spot, bursts of radiant light into it, and it just is blasting away chunks and carving its way through this tree.
Like a very dramatic Tootsie Pop.
Like a very...
Sure.
Yeah, how many licks does
All
it take?
right.
Okay.
It looks distraught.
Because he's a turtle.
Its maw is just...
Okay, hang on. That's profiling.
Turtles
Just because I'm a turtle
right?
doesn't mean I don't know how many licks it takes. Okay.
Yes.
He lays awake at night. How many licks?
Pray to your God now. So this tree's maw is just like, and it's distraught, and you can see it's loosening its grip on you and just very concerned. All right.
And that's what I wanted to do last turn.
That's good. That's some good damage.
Yeah.
Damn. Foe.
All right, so Foe sees the blue fire on this tree, and he goes, "What's that bird shit? What's that shitty fire?" And he like scampers up to the tree, and he's gonna rush at it, climb up to where the oil is, and use his tinderbox and just say, "You lumbering bit of firewood!" And then just click the tinderbox bits onto the oil.
So go ahead and show me where you're moving.
Wherever the oil hits, so I'm assuming right on the tree.
It's just covered the tree, so I just want to see what square you're
Well,
going
on
to.
the tree.
Yeah, it's covering the tree.
Okay, no, I'm on the tree.
Oh, okay. Okay, but show me like where you would be, like because I would make you make a check to like climb this tree because it's frantically flailing.
Mm-hmm.
So first, show me where you would go in the vicinity because you're surrounded. It's surrounded on 3 sides.
Yeah, so I'm assuming I threw the oil more or less straight from where I was over here. So I guess wherever the oil hit is where he's going for, right?
Yeah, but
So maybe you try to like scamper between the legs of Snowdrop or something.
Yeah, but it's kind of like thrashing about. So I want to see like you. I guess okay. So I guess you can move into the square of somebody, but I guess you have to move out. So you would be 5, 10. You have enough movement, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So just know that like if you're gonna be in someone's area, you're gonna have to move out afterwards.
Yeah, and I've got, because I'm a rogue, I've got a bonus action to do that.
Okay. So then what are you doing? What are you trying to do?
So he's gonna scamper up the tree to where the oil hit using his little raccoon paws. He's got the tinderbox, and he's gonna go with the flint.
Okay. So I'm gonna make you you can choose. You can either make a check to climb the tree,
Mm-hmm.
or you can make a check to kind of like light this flame and like toss the match.
What would I be rolling in either case?
So
And also, did you say the raccoons have a climbing bonus?
they just have a climbing speed, which means they are able to climb.
Okay.
But this tree's flailing about, so I would make you make a check. So if you're gonna climb the tree, it would be acrobatics or athletics. If you no, it'd be just acrobatics.
I think
If you were
I think
trying-
a climbing speed just means that they can climb without rolling for it at that speed, like a swimming
They
speed.
can climb
Yeah.
like
No, I'll get it.
because if you don't have climbing speed, then
And what would
that's,
the other roll be?
so the other roll would be basically a attack roll. So because you'd be trying to hit the tree with like an unarmed.
Well, I get a bonus with acrobatics, so that seems like the obvious choice.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and do that to try to dodge these branches.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the call of requiring a roll to climb something that really doesn't want you climbing.
That is a 1.
Oh yeah.
However, I'm going to use my luck. So I will use lucky to re-roll that.
Shoot for a 1 again. Fingers crossed. I'm using
I should be
my
rooting
DM
for you,
to
but I'm not. You know what you've done.
That's a 3. I
Oh,
might
man.
use luck one more time.
Can you?
Can I?
Can you?
I have 3 total until long
Is that like the halfling racial ability?
let's see. You
It's
have
a feat.
3 luck points per long rest.
Oh, it's the feet. Okay.
It's a feat, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a feat.
Where is it?
I got it right here. Let's see.
It doesn't say you can only use it once per.
Whenever you make an attack roll, an ability check, or saving throw, you can spend 1 luck point to roll an additional d20. You can choose one of your luck points after you roll the die.
So I think that
So it does say you can spend 1 luck point to roll an additional d20.
So could I
Yeah.
spend
It kind of like suggests that you can't do more than 1.
Okay.
I would say it would be
Up
linked
to the
to your
DA.
attack. So if you were a class that let you have multiple attacks, I would allow it on a second attack. But
Yeah.
since you only have 1 attack, I'm going to rule that it counts for that.
And you don't even know.
Alas, well then my total roll is a 5.
Okay. So you go to scamper up this tree, and this tree is flailing about. You're trying to go through, snowdrop, like trying to grasp onto this tree. It's slick with oil. You get like 5 feet up, and you just
Got
flat on the ground.
Can I use my secondary action to do a dash?
So your
Instead of
bonus action,
My
right?
bonus action to do a dash and try again.
Yes, I will allow that because that is a special thing that you have in the class.
Okay, so let's roll the same thing again, right? Acrobatics.
Yeah, because I guess it'll be like your movement.
Can he please call out who put oil on this tree? It's making it very hard to.
You're so fucking slippery! Alright, that's a 15.
Okay, I will warn you though, I should have said this before. Because you're using your bonus action to climb this tree, I don't think you're gonna have time to light this tree at the same time. You know what I mean?
Oh. Okay.
I probably should have said that beforehand. So I'll still give you the option. You can climb it again, or you can try to throw that.
So
throw
just
that
to be
match.
clear, the first bit was movement, which I used to try to get up. The second bit was my bonus action, so I should still have my action, right?
Bonus action, do that.
That does make sense to me, certainly.
I guess I was counting your action to be the acrobatics move, but I think you're right. I think I'll let you have the action. So yes, you can do both.
Okay, cool. So he isn't on the oil. He's right beside the oil, just to clarify.
Hard to tell.
Trying to scrabble up the oil.
And he goes, "Cha!"
Okay. This tree's on
He kind of
fire.
cackles.
I'm assuming you can light a match. I'm not going to make you roll a check for that.
Yeah, he owns a tinderbox. There are a lot of cold nights out in the woods for a
Cold,
lonely
lonely
fox.
And with the way you talk, you might be.
Wow. Wow.
I thought you were a raccoon.
hmm
I thought you were a raccoon.
For a raccoon in the woods, it's hard.
He doesn't even know who he is.
You don't know.
So this tree...
Also, I'd like to remind everyone that there's still a slug dancing about 30 meters away in the background.
Is that me or is that your old skin?
That's my old.
It's
No
a-
one's- no one wants to look at that.
She's still there. Just let me know.
I've just been looking
Yeah.
out in the sun.
Cats.
So this tree is on fire.
This tree is on fire.
All right.
So, and the oil gives +5 to fire damage.
Okay. It would take a moment for it to catch fire. So
Mhm.
I'm going to roll that at the start of its turn, it will take fire damage.
Sounds good.
And on my turn, there may be fire damage.
Oh,
Yes, and it is your turn.
Oh boy.
My dear goat.
How exciting for foe.
You are still on this tree, though.
I am
Just
still on the
remember.
stream.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay, I say maybe because I have to roll to hit. But for the first time, though, you're excited to see down below you that Balthazar just head down tries to hammer his horns against the tree. But what that means is I'm casting Booming Horns, or for you, Chris, Booming Blade, but
Hell
on my
yeah.
horn.
Hell yeah.
I'm into it.
And so
I'm
let's
very into it.
see. Let's
And don't forget that you rolled to attack with advantage.
Yes.
Oh, that's good. So hopefully
Is this motherfucker glowy?
Don't forget.
He's got a lot of birds distracting
All
him.
right, so 17.
That hits.
Yeah.
Go
All right.
ahead. Go ahead and try a second roll also because you might get a critical.
No, I did. I did
Oh.
2 in a row.
Never mind. Sorry.
I got a 17 and then I got an 8.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I was in Zoom.
All right. So it hits, which means there are going to be a few rolls. First is the horn damage itself, which is going to be
Exciting is what it's going to be.
okay. So horn damage is going to be bludgeoning damage. So that's 6 bludgeoning. But then my Genie's Wrath adds +3 fire to that.
Wow.
And then
And you get a +5 on your fire because of the oil, right?
yes, I suppose that's what it is. And then from the booming blade, then I get thundering damage, which is an additional 4 thundering. And then as my hold on. No, sorry, that's not the booming blade. That's as my no, that is booming blade. Yeah, sorry.
Damage unless you're
Booming blade is
casting
another
it.
1d8 and then 2d8 if it moves.
Yeah.
Stupid tree.
So okay, so this is the first part, which is but he's hexed, which means that it's going to be 1d6 necrotic damage.
This tree's fucked.
And I rolled a 6 on that. Okay, so far he's gotten 8 bludgeoning. Sorry, that was my roll hit. 6 bludgeoning, 4 thunder, 6 necrotic, 3 fire, and then as a bonus action, I do hammering horns, which is to try to push him, which if he moves, will then reactivate the booming blade for another 2d8.
It needs to willingly move. I don't think you can force movement to activate booming blade.
So you have.
Well, oh, really? Oh, so that's only if it moves back to get me?
So
Yeah.
first, describe, because you have all these different types of damage. Can you describe to me like what it looks like as all this damage goes off and the different types and like the genie damage and all of that?
Yes. So first, just, like Balthazar lowers his head and you think, oh, I think he's about to charge. But then magical energy consumes the horns and they start to, boom a bit with thunder. And so then as Balthazar attacks, he rams into the tree, and the first thing that you hear is the actual hit of the horns, which just bludgeons right into the tree and pounds through. But as soon as that happens, it's like there's that magical thunder blast. And so the thunder also leaps into it. But then there's this sort of otherworldly force that just all of a sudden, it didn't even seem like, is this the horns? What is it? I don't know where this is coming from. Just flames explode and then catch the oil and just up the tree. And then hold on. Did I miss the type of damage? I guess. Oh, the necrotic damage. So then the tree, which was already hexed, just like seems to wither around the site of the damage. So it's not necessarily coming from the horns, but it just like withers where it was touched, and just like dead bark starts to peel off. And then after all that, because Balthazar is still mad, hammering horns to push the tree, and it has to make a DC 14 strength check or be moved 10 feet.
All right. So all of this goes off, and you see Balthazar's eyes flash red with some otherworldly power.
Wait, are the hearts still there?
The hearts are
Are the
still
hearts
there.
flaming red?
Flaming heart.
Flaming hearts, and you wonder for a moment, what is he? And as this tree shrivels and bursts, and Balthazar, you push with your horns to do the what's the feature? The
hammering horns?
The hammering horns into the tree, and as it withers away and bursts into pieces, it's pushed 10 feet away into the river and no longer moving, with the water starting to wash over it.
You probably see a small splash beside the tree.
Okay, you're still on it. Yeah, you go with it. This tree is down, and it is French fried to hell.
So Gordy will sort of right himself and walk over to Balthazar just a little bit, and from up on Snowdrop, he's going to kind of like hold his maul down, because Balthazar's down on the ground in full goat mode, and he's just going to be sort of get his hammer down by Balthazar's horns and just be like, "Well done," and see if he can get like a horn to hammer tap, since we were both hammering that thing.
So, what's for lunch?
Meanwhile, you'll hear, "Help! I don't
I'll be right
like
back.
to
I think
swim.
I just heard DoorDash.
I'm very uncomfortable."
And I'm just very comfortable on the complete opposite spectrum.
How deep is this? How deep is this river?
So it was 10 feet, so he is for sure in the river. I'm going to ask you to make a...
All of us?
What would swimming be?
Oh, you.
I would say athletics or survival. So either like the sheer power of trying to like get through the water, or just knowing how to float good so you don't start
Is this a psychological roll time? Out of curiosity.
Well, first you're gonna have to roll.
Yeah. You have to try first.
I roll a 1.
Okay.
Wow.
Roll me a d20.
A d20. All right.
Landon, you have really bad luck today.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
That's a 16 on the d20.
Okay.
So yeah.
You're still a raccoon.
Do you just see, "Help! I'm so uncomfortable. I'm wet. I hate this."
You get as you're flailing about, you get your paw stuck in one of these shards of this tree, and this tree is just slowly sinking.
So Gordy's going to try to ride Snowdrop over there and do exactly what we did last time, which was just pluck him up out of the water in a very intimidating fashion.
Cool. So for Snowdrop, make a dexterity check.
Okay. Just a straight dexterity check. Just d20 plus dex modifier. Cool. Let me look up what that is.
Also, Landon, if you're what you were asking, if there's critical fails in this game.
Notice that I didn't use my luck because I enjoy that critical
You
fail.
enjoy it.
Sometimes
So-
it's just great to fail.
So Snowdrop rolled a natural 16 and got a +2 up to an 18.
Oh yeah, Snowdrop's incredibly dexterous claws just kind of like snap him up by the scruff and pull him out of the water. And I'm assuming slightly like dangling him for a moment, and just like makes the eyes of like, someday I'll eat you.
That sounds a little stressful. What do you think?
Yeah, and the best part about it is that Snowdrop is like technically a summoned Fey entity. Doesn't technically need to eat. It would just be eating you for fun rather than just
I get that.
That's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah, that's a mood.
Yeah.
We ordered 3 different Postmates restaurants in one go. We understand all about that.
I think this means that Snowdrop is both the best and the most relatable character in the party.
Yes,
I mean, if we're being honest.
I agree. Snowdrop's my favorite. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I'm assuming everyone just kind of like, you got your raccoon out of the water. He's very damp on the ground. You're all taking a breather, and I'll be back.
If you're also going to, I'll take a quick bathroom break if you're doing. And Jordan and I also just got a food delivery, so we're gonna start to nom.
All right, we'll take an official break for a bit.
I'm taking a cat break until I can take a toilet break.
Oh yeah, I should point the camera at the cats. Where are they?
They're over here. They're all over here.
Oh, that's too far. Let's see what I can do.
So what are your name ideas?
Oh, I still don't really know. I really don't. It's been hard because I haven't known if I'm keeping the gray one or not.
Keeping the orange one for sure, right?
Yeah, and the black one.
Okay, we'll name them.
Yeah, I gotta think about it.
You think you'll get it in a dream?
It's kind of come to me in a dream.
Well, I told you what I think. So.
You want Captain Raisin? And what do you want for orange?
Potato.
What about potato?
That's kind of crazy.
So how is everybody? It's been like a whole week or something.
Are we all winning to that?
I think you and I are the only ones technically here in the call in an active.
Well,
zone.
how are you, Chris?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. I just today made plans to see my parents for the first time in well over a year.
Are they local or are they far away?
They're in San Diego, so an hour and a half drive if you don't have any traffic, which is it depends on what time you go. So, but yeah, local enough that it's been a real trial not to get a chance to see them. So, yeah, I had a good day. I think the cool weather has quite a bit to do with that because I am very much a creature of cool weather, biologically and temperamentally. Yeah, so
Same.
and we played a Gloomhaven, 4-player Gloomhaven online game that we do yesterday, and had a good time with that. Playing a Crag Heart.
Who's we?
Richard Choi, Veronica Choi, his wife, my wife Terry Ann, and me. Because he's the friend we knew at the time who had got Gloomhaven when it first came out, basically. So we've been doing the same campaign for I guess a couple of years now. Because we started, and then people's schedules make it a little hard to make things happen. So it stretches out over time.
You see that over there?
I do. That is a game set up.
That lives there.
Yeah, we've actually been really happy with doing it on Tabletop Simulator. There's somebody wrote a really good script that automates a lot of stuff that otherwise would take a bit of doing. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, we've actually been really arguably happier playing it on board games or Tabletop Simulator than in IRL mode. Yeah, it's been pretty cool. So we got to do that yesterday and talk to it's my dad's birthday today too. So I called him to finalize plans and just say hello. And he's doing well too. So I think that boosted my mood. So yeah, doing quite well overall. How are you doing, Jordan? I ask as he takes a large bite.
I'm doing quite well. Also getting a lot of fun out of Gloomhaven these days.
Good. It's a really
we play it most weekend with Patrick and Sharon when they're here.
Nice. How often do you guys get to have them there, actually?
Every weekend, actually, when they're not out of town. And they'll be moving in at the end of the summer.
That was my follow-up question. Yeah, I'm really happy for you. That's cool.
It's going to take some doing. It's going to take some work. When I moved in, Christine was like, it's okay. Jordan, I heard you the first time and you said you have a lot of stuff. Trust, it's a big house. We'll be fine. And then I moved in and she's like, oh, fucking Christ. This is a lot of stuff. This is more stuff. How did you fit all this stuff in your last place, which was much smaller than this place?
I've seen your trunk. How do you have so much junk within it? Yeah.
And they are the same way.
Okay, sure.
So we have to figure out new storage methods. We bought a shed. We're going to have to build it in the backyard.
So you can't just do what you were doing when they had moved in previously, basically?
No, they didn't move in. They because they didn't empty their previous house.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Now they're going to empty their house.
That's a big difference. Yeah. Actually, another thing on that subject that I just realized is also buoying my mood is that for a long time, most of quarantine, we had like the worst neighbors ever. Basically, they were just constantly screaming and threatening to kill each other. And
That sucks. I'm sorry.
Like
I've had that.
yeah, like the police got called probably like a total of 10, 12 times, something like that.
That is 12 times too many.
Yeah, very much so. We had a gunshot at one point. So, not a good time overall, and it's been very much a drain on my wife in particular. That's just a constant stressor that really does not do any good for the overall mood. So, but they, as of yesterday, were kind of pushed out to move out of the apartment complex. So we have an empty place next to us, which is so, and even
Congrats.
Yeah, what?
Congrats.
Yeah, so currently they're doing, early this morning they started with hammering and construction noises, but that is much, much nicer than the
Music to your ears.
yeah, you're like, oh, look, it's an honest man using a hammer. I'll take it. So overall, good times. And I had a weird dream about Twin Mask that this was several days ago now. That like Kinnarin had sort of popped up in some alternate dimension version of Portfrey, essentially, and magic had ceased to exist. Like somehow humanity no longer could tap into the energies of the planar connections, and so like the weave, as it were, had stopped working. And so in the dream, I had to like start to meet all these new people and start to reconstruct a whole new weave, a whole new way of interfacing with magic, essentially. So it sort of jump-started my thinking, and I'm like, I want to make when I eventually retire Kinnarin and have him not be active as a character, which, is not in the cards immediately, but eventually it's something that could happen.
Everybody needs an exit plan.
Yeah, I want him to be able to have like, here is some large book of some variety. So basically I'm planning like, okay, I'm going to write like a tome that sort of lays out all of his knowledge of the structure of magic. And I've actually mostly I've like maybe like 2/3 written a complex poem to describe the dream experience. If you've ever read Lord Byron's poem Darkness, which was done in response to the Year Without a Summer, when Mount Tambora exploded in the Philippines and basically hurled so much stuff in the air that pretty much worldwide, like it was there was ice on rivers in July in England and stuff. So it was like a terrible year, and crops died, there's famine and all this stuff. And it motivated Lord Byron to write this poem about like, I had a dream that basically the sun went out, and here's like what happened after the sun went out and all the society falling apart and stuff. It's a really interesting poem. But so taking inspiration from that, I sort of had like Kinnarin writing like magic was taken away, and it was like a death beyond the gates of Eden almost. Look at Kitty.
I appreciate that comparison.
That's
good
Raisin.
stuff.
We made the joke that he's raising the roof.
Raising the roof. Shoulder cat.
Oh my God, cats are so cute. Forget about all that intellectual shit I was talking about. Look, Kitty.
Even Shakes has a book that he's planning to write on his way out. So I don't blame you.
Yeah, because I really, really find deeply resonant and satisfying the fact that we have like a guild of academics that has like readable books that you can like go sit down and read in character, in game lore. Like that is the thing that is sort of beyond cool in my head. That's sort of like if I were 8 years old and being like, oh, it would be cool if we could do, it would have been pretty much exactly that. So making that into more of a thing is,
or leaving your own stamp on that.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I put a lot of effort into making it a thing. But then, having a personal stamp beyond just all the organization and all the, all the superstructure, having part of the structure itself be Kinnarin flavored seems like a good legacy to work toward eventually.
I do appreciate the place that my book of laws has played in your display.
Oh, yes.
Very much.
How do I get paid for this content?
You can put it on YouTube.
For what?
Oh my God, they're so cute. Look at them.
Or cats,
In my feet.
or cats of Instagram, or Cat Daily.
Or foot feline.
Nope. Nope.
You're just
you don't want
pussyfooting
to know that.
around is the technical term.
Pussyfooting? Oh, pussyfooting.
He wants an OnlyFans, you just won't admit it.
Hi, buddy.
I admit it every day.
Here.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
this is.
about?
I think we're getting subscriber only content right now.
We are. Yeah, this is the sneak peek.
The amount of times you have like suggested to me that I start an OnlyFans has been like the one like
Only for
standard
your feet,
of
bro.
our interaction as
Only for
long
your-
as I've known you.
Only for your foot mopping.
What?
Yeah,
What?
please explain.
That was at your house, Jordan.
Yeah.
I'm still confused.
Do you remember? This
Stop
was
it.
long ago when.
I forget many things.
No, I know. This was like long ago when Sam and I hadn't really even started hanging out much outside of game. And it was after one of your parties. Sam was helping with cleanup. We were in the table room by your kitchen, and you were like, "We need to mop this." And I can't remember what was going on, but we had to like dry it. We didn't have a dry mop, so we got like some paper towels and put them under your feet or something. And then you started just foot mopping, and we were like, "Oh, sell that content."
No, that is not what happened at all. You had a mop and you were attacking my toes.
Well, yes, I was also attacking your toes with a mop, but you were also drying the floor with your feet. I think maybe I made that part up.
It was basically, maybe I didn't register it because that's how I dry the floors.
Yeah.
So it was not remarkable to me. I was like, that's just a normal thing that normal people do. Normal.
This is non-subscriber content. This is publicly accessible.
Yeah, this is public domain.
But Jordan has always wanted to start an OnlyFans that is only fans, like ceiling fans,
We had
standing
talked
fans.
about that so many times, and I'm so sad we didn't jump on it. We'd be rich.
What should be? We're given value of rich, let's say.
Yeah.
I also want to start one called Only Nans, where it's just like grandma sewing, grandma's like baking bread. Like grandma's
Some people
doing
are real
awesome
into that,
grandma
I
stuff.
probably.
guarantee that's actually someone's cake.
Only
I
Nans.
guarantee it.
It just makes you feel warm. They bake you tea.
I think
You-
didn't totally make an only Nans, but it's bread.
Yeah, that well, ooh, or only old ladies making bread.
It's like my calendar idea: buns, buns, and buns.
Buns, buns, and buns.
I like that. That's a good idea.
So, Sam, I just realized that I technically cast Hunter's Mark, but then didn't actually do any of the rolls to say, like, didn't actually have it do anything.
Okay.
So we either should have dealt more damage to the thing at different times, or should I like just roll back having cast it since it didn't actually do anything? Or
I'll let you just uncast it since we missed that. You can keep that.
okay, thank
We'll
you.
just remember that for next time. Okay.
On that note, it won't be taking anything back, but I think I realized that I've also been underdoing my damage because when I talked to Jordan, he thought that Hex and Genie's Wrath would only add to my melee because it said add to attack, but then I looked up online and it says it will add to spell attacks as well because you do an attack roll.
Okay.
So I
That's
should have been adding both
To spell
Hex
damage.
and Genie's Wrath to my Eldritch Blast.
And I think
So
Basically,
I've
this
been-
group is more badass than we've given ourselves credit
I've been
for.
really undoing my Eldritch Blast
Yeah,
because
I
that
think
would
we
have been
also
like
have
9 damage extra each
Yeah.
time.
Flo hasn't
Wow.
been doing enough damage either because he's the best fox, and we haven't been counting his best fox stat. So I feel like we might need to consider that for the future.
So we will recall this. This is good. Feel free to remind me because I don't DM very often, so there's a lot of stuff I have to look up. But this is good. It's giving me more practice to be better. at
Yeah,
doing
Oh,
this.
that wasn't me saying I expected you to remember to add those things. It was just that we had discussed it and determined incorrectly, and then I spent some time during this game looking it up, and it was like, no, it's definitively an attack.
Yeah.
And
For sure.
there was
But once
Mhm.
I read it, it'll hopefully be in here.
one
Maybe
of
not.
the sites like specifically said like on page 194 this is how attacks are defined, and it would say melee. If it wanted to specify melee, you're rolling to hit, it's definitely an
Yeah.
attack. So I should have
spell attacks definitely count as attack. Word.
Okay. So, all right. So you have defeated this big old tree blight, and it is sinking into the river as
So-
you have just pulled out Foe, gasping for air after nearly dying.
Get your claws off
And
me,
then-
you disgusting creature!
Nearly dying again. Yes.
I'd like to see if I can grab a piece of the bark because this is an unprecedented and very scary thing, and so I need to be able to like bring it as a trophy to report. Essentially,
Yeah.
I can dive into the water. I can hold my breath for dang near ever. So if I need to, as a turtle, I can get in the water. If not, if there's just a chunk somewhere, I can grab that though.
I will say that there are chunks of this tree all over the place. You guys have
Makes sense.
blasted it to pieces, so you can definitely pick up a sample.
Okay.
My swarm returns to me from the tree and
What
tells
do they
me
say?
that you are guided by silent love and friendship around you.
Aw.
I am not talking to Petrie.
Christine just looked like she ran into the forest. Did you see that?
Yes.
Well,
And now there's a
Balthazar's
dark
gone.
figure in the background.
Balthazar's got places to be.
I've never seen that. Oh my god.
That's so good.
That was beautiful. Wait.
All right,
wait.
as soon as she gets her
What was it?
Christine, can you hear us?
Oh, I just put my thing. I had
Okay.
to blow my nose.
Christine,
So,
the
when
best
you
thing is
ran
you
away-
just like sprinted away from the computer and disappeared into the background. And since your background has like a two meeting hills, it looked like you just walked along the line of it and disappeared into the background. It was perfect.
It was
And
like,
ran off into the forest.
beautiful. I was like, there she goes.
Yeah, I know Jordan's good at visual effects. I didn't know he could do it that fast.
You better edit that into the video if you're doing video.
That's in the highlight reel, easy.
Wonderful. Okay, so yeah, you are all standing around after having defeated this tree blight. One thing I would like to do before we progress, I would like, Chris, if you don't mind, could you give us a flashback? Snowdrop was an MVP in this fight. I would kind of like a flashback of maybe the first time you met Snowdrop or Snowdrop growing up. I just want to know a little bit more about Snowdrop.
Totally. Unfortunately, I can't tell you very much about the growing up, but when Gordy's original village was destroyed, he had been a blacksmith and a guard in the village before he became the wandering sort of paladin figure he was. He had not sort of awakened to any of the gifts or the connections to Great Atuin or any of the four pillars. And so his village was wiped out. He came back from patrol and found it basically gone. He was able to retrieve some tools from his blacksmith shop, but it was nothing. And he was sort of filled with despair and rage. And he had been previously as a smith, under the patronage of Dontalo, the subtle or the wise smith, who wields the great two-handed, invisible-headed hammer. It looks like just a staff.
Like, yes, of course we know.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that. So
Obviously.
he's the wise smith, the sort of the crafter, like a clever, like a figure of intelligence and craftsmanship and building machines essentially with his invisible subtle hammer. That's who we called upon when he was charging to hammer the tree. So he had been sort of considered Dontalo as sort of his patron of the four pillars, essentially, because he was a smith and it just came naturally. But he definitely fell under the ways of Raphal, who's the sort of the warrior, the swift, the triune claws. So he basically just wandered in the woods for quite some time. It basically just filled with rage, just slashing at things and trying to get enough food to survive. And he eventually found his way to another turtle village that hadn't been destroyed and started to bring himself back together. But before he did, this was his calling to a paladin. Actually, Snowdrop was essentially that call because he was in a sort of river, muddy lowlands area with woods on both sides. And he had been planning to get into the river and sort of glide down it for a while with all of his gear, holding his breath and keeping to shallows and stuff. But then he saw in among the tall arch of a few trees in the wall, in the edge of the woods, a white figure. And then, so it was like a moment of shaking himself free of the water and the river and the wetlands area and trooping up into the forest, which has traditionally been considered as the dangerous area. So he was it was symbolically, he realized this later, but it was very symbolically going from the water and the lowlands of his sort of turtle life he'd led in his home and going into the dangerous woods. He followed that white, that sort of white glint, and there he essentially found a giant mantis but it had died. It was the corpse of a giant mantis, essentially, the exoskeleton sort of bleached. And so it might have actually been a normal giant mantis in life, but it had bleached out in the sun at the edge of the woods there, and been picked clean by insects and whatnot. So he found it, and it was this it was almost like arranged because it sort of like collapsed in on itself and there was a tree there. So it was sort of like a lean-to. So he actually used it as a shelter for the night with these like great white wings like arching up over, and the like great, because it was scary, but he knew it was dead, and it was a great shelter. So under the great white wings and the two claws sort of like as pillars by the front door, he essentially like was cocooned there for a night and was visited in his dream by a spirit that seemed to be taking the form of this white mantis. And he realized that it was a visitation from Grey Datuin, or one of the four pillars. He couldn't be sure. And it was essentially like calling him out into the woods into adventure rather than trying to find another life just like the one he'd had before. So when he woke up from this dream, he started recognizing like, that is my goal now. That is my quest. So it was quite a while. So he started devoting himself now to a different one of the pillars. Like he had been Dantalo, and he'd been sort of lost in the rage of Rapal. But then he started finding. So Leonardo is the sort of the wise chief figure, or technically the good chief figure of the religion. He's one of the four pillars, and there's two blades. But he kept his hammer, but he started following this different pillar of the religion, and eventually, all of the steps that he took, like through his devotional practice and through his fighting training and trying to help people all the time, he started getting powers. And then eventually, it was because it's only at level 5 that you get the summon mount spell. So relatively within the last so let's say 6 months to a year is when he reached this level and was able to do a beautiful ritual to conjure that spirit that he'd met once in a dream while sheltering under its the dead wings. He was able to conjure it into life, but he felt like he had known it for many years prior to that point, because he had been sort of like walking under its wings the whole time as he first became a paladin and then sort of grew into that role, into the sort of grim figure he is now. But that's the full arc there.
Nice.
Beautiful.
That's very cool.
So as Snowdrop, decides not to eat foe out of respect for you, Gordy, and pops him onto the ground. She turns to you, and are you injured?
Yeah, I'm exactly bloodied. I have 22 out of 44 hit points.
She just kind of reaches her little claw and just kind of gently pats your cheek, just because she can tell that you hurt, and is just concerned. And,
oh, bug love. Also, I've been meaning to do this, and I'm going to start doing a little more. Occasionally, throughout the game, I want to do some cool, just lore drops about the world that I'll interject. And because you, as the turtle, just had a cool memory, I'll drop a little bit of turtle lore.
Ooh.
There is, it is known to exist. The bird couriers have confirmed it. When you read the book of legends that come from the pigeon folk, it is pretty well confirmed in there. And while they do exaggerate, you know that there is veracity to this, especially amongst your people. Somewhere, no one knows where because it moves, there is a moving island of turtle folk, and the island itself is a turtle that never stopped growing. One of those rare mutations of creatures that is very rare in this world. And so some turtles go to make a mecca there, and they say that some turtles will have an innate sense of where it is based on the currents. Whether or not you've gone there is up to you, and whether or not that ties into what you've already made of your turtle religion can also be up to you.
Can I talk on the subject for a second before we move on? Sweet, because if Gordy's considering, with now that he's got this chunk of this problematic plant corruption, he might travel east to the Patchwork Valleys and then north to the coast and to what's the name of the city, and then north to Chaleria, because Chaleria is the sort of what he knows as the capital of Turtledom on Earth, essentially. And there's a great domed rock by the sea, and there's the temple, because it's essentially a temple to Great Datuin. But that place, I'm going to say that he hasn't heard of that place, but if he ever gets to Chaleria, that's another center of the religion. They would know of its existence, and he might quest to try to find it. But yeah, that would be the most holy place, because that's a perfect symbol that's a perfect symbol of Atuin and its like support for the entire world, the good and the bad. That's
Nice.
really cool.
You might have heard a semblance of it in like a fairy tale when you were a kid, or like a wives' tale. Maybe nothing that you took as real, but you've
Sure.
probably heard about the idea of it, whether you've
Yeah.
heard about the veracity of it or not.
That's really cool because the religion that I've developed for the race a little bit totally would, even if such a place didn't exist, it would totally posit such a place as such a perfect symbol of like the turtles' sort of support for the world. So yeah, that's perfect.
So, and I've got a little bit of lore drop for each of your animal types, but I'm going to choose when to give it kind of interspersed so it stays interesting.
Beautiful.
Sweet.
All right. Okay. So
Are people up for taking a rest here at the river before we move on?
Yeah, so you see, when you drop Foe, he's wet, he's sopping, he's like, water! Awful! Barnaby! And then the little, do you want to describe?
Barnaby, the globular, he's a similar color to that little Lewis, but he has much more defined features. Although his face is much like the Pillsbury Doughboy, and he's got like stubby arms and legs. He's like, what? What do you want?
Barnaby!
Wait, who are you?
It's still me, it's
I don't know you.
You wretched
I don't
spirit!
know you.
Dry me off while I search for things about you!
Oh, it is you. All right.
And he just starts like grabbing the fur and like wrenching it out as Foe is like looking around to see if there's anything of value that was dropped by the tree, any of that amber stuff, anything that might be in the trunk. So that's what he's doing. He's looking around for shinies or whatever he can take.
So Barnaby is attempting to fan you. He picks up bark off the ground, and he's attempting to fan you with the bark to dry you off. So you can go ahead and do an investigation check.
Cool. And he'll probably be doing that for a while other people talk about what
Petrie hears Gordy Bucket's cry for a rest, and Petrie's like, great idea, and immediately conks out. Petrie enters torpor and is unconscious.
Okay, so
his heart slows down to a fraction of its regular speed.
Yes.
He kind of goes into mini hibernation.
Gordy will go over near where the body is lying and essentially start making a fire. And Gordy's like, "Oh, okay, I could do some cooking. We can take a moment and do a short rest."
Cool. And I rolled an 18 on investigation.
All right.
Nice.
So you are hunting around,
Very fast snoring. I love it.
looking through what remains of this tree, and you can kind of see it sinking below the water. So unless you want to go in the water, you can't really like search the trunk.
Barnaby, search the water!
Do I have to?
You have to do it!
Okay. So he darts in there. I'll let that 18 go for Barnaby too. But after your investigation, all you can really find are these withered chunks of tree, and with the 18, you can kind of tell that the tree is of a very similar type to the trees that you are seeing the amber globules, I don't know if that's what I was calling them before, grow out of. However, some quality of the bark of it, like that you saw Balthazar with his strange magics shrivel this tree, but beyond that, it just looks somewhat diseased.
So, point of order, you had called them pustules before.
Pustules.
Gotcha. So then he will start his short rest as well. He will pocket some of the bark, and then he will take some more bark, and he'll say, Barnaby, tea! And he'll hand Barnaby the tinderbox. He'll sit down and he'll have tea.
All right. Barnaby's like, do I have to?
Yeah. Why do you... Tea, Barnaby, tea!
All right.
I already have a fire going.
Oh, good. See?
Barnaby, make our own fire. We're not peasants.
Okay.
That's a peasant fire.
All right. Where's your tinderbox? Where's your oil? What?
He just starts barking at him.
I'll speak wherever you are right now.
And he hands Barnaby the tinderbox, I guess.
Yeah.
Raccoons don't bark, you silly man.
I'm gonna roll over because I've been napping the whole time and be like, shut up, you're too loud.
You see Barnaby sitting there in the dirt, and he's struck, the tinder, and he's holding it, and he's looking around. Where's your oil?
There's no oil, Barnaby, just gross wood. Use the gross wood.
All right. He like pokes like some of the bark, just kind of like, you know, and flames up a little bit, but it's like smoldering. It's not a fire.
But he will still try to make tea with it, even if it's shitty.
Okay.
So Gordy gets it from his capacious back, or like his pack on his back. He gets out like a flat metal like cooking plate essentially, and structures it over the fire in a very methodical kind of way, and starts cooking the. It's like a flatbread thing that's like sort of holy to the turtle religion. It's called pasa. So he sort of lays it out and starts browning, like pulls out some like flour and stuff and just mixes it up and starts making like a rough flatbread, because you make a flatbread thing and then you put you like melt cheese and put some circles on it and some mushrooms on it, and it's like a symbol of here. I'm gonna explain it because I thought of this all earlier and I have to. The flatbread is the symbol of the back of Great Atuan that supports all of us. The perfect circles that are like a protein. Those represent the perfect circle represents civilization, because it's a turtle is a round shape and it's like a perfect circle is geometric.
I love that you've thought about this so much.
So it's the back of the turtle, and then you put civilizations upon it, and then you put mushrooms among those to symbolize decay. So we have both civilization and the decay thereof, and then you have a layer of melted cheese to serve as the bonding agent to show that civilization and its decay are both part of the natural functioning of the world that sits upon Great Atuan's back. So I'm basically making, this is called pasa, and I'm making a circle of it, and then eventually slicing it into 6 pieces, I guess. So everybody who wants one gets one, but it's tradition to leave one of the triangular slices for the next day to eat, as a sort of devotional feature in the meantime.
Is this sodium free?
Probably yes, because we're cooking out in the wild, and I think Gordy does not care enough to carry salt with him.
You're in character. The slug's asking you.
Is it salty?
No, it is not salty.
Okay.
Do you wish it to be salty?
No, I'm hyped.
I'm glad you are. I'm very hyped as well.
What is this?
It's called possum.
No, I'm a raccoon, not a possum. Don't be racist.
I'll avoid that in future. It's bread and cheese and mushroom and protein. Feel free to partake.
Take it back to his shitty tea.
Will I get some of that?
Barnaby, stoke the fire.
Okay. Balthazar, how are you?
I'm going to roll a d20 to see how good it is. We're just going to roll just a straight d20. Maybe it's great. Maybe it's not. We will find out. Because it's highly variable doing it out in the woods like that.
Either way, I'm taking a slice and covering it with my slime.
We rolled a natural 19 on that d20, so it's an excellent pasta.
Tasty.
Balthazar will eat some too.
Yay! Glad to hear it.
What are we? What is the thing that is cooked here exactly?
Yeah, he's been asleep.
I thought I just heard possum.
Yeah.
No, it's the word is P-A-S-A, pasa. It's just a flatbread with cheese and wait, you're still in torpor, right?
Oh yeah, no. That was just Jordan asking. Petrie is experiencing extreme metabolic slowdown so that he can survive the night without starving to death. And by night, I guess he just means the short rest or whatever.
Fo will still get his piece if he's asleep.
So the entire religion of the turtle folk is built on ancient texts that they found in what they didn't realize was a landfill after the fall of human civilization. So there's some of the images from Terry Pratchett novels to serve as the foundation, but over the eons they've been copied and misinterpreted. So instead of 4 elephants on Great Atuan's back supporting the world, there are 4 other turtles, because that would make more sense. So of course they should translate it that way. And then they also found scriptures that showed images of 4 powerful turtles, each with a different color and each with a different weapon. And so they are the 4 pillars of the religion.
I've heard that
They-
there is a rat god above all of them.
No, he's a sort of a creator god figure. He's not part of the active functioning of the universe.
Primordial force.
And I like have legitimately built an entire Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle based religion with like the 4 figures. There's Dontalo is the wise smith who creates machines and his subtle hammer is just a long staff. But in the scriptures, he's shown smashing into things with more power than a staff could ever have. So it's the invisible,
I don't need
hammer.
I don't need the entire pasta again. I just heard the word possum, and it made me go, "Hold on, we don't eat possum in these here parts."
No, it's their interpretation of the original word pizza because that's a devotional food for the turtles.
I see.
So I imagine RP wise, Gordy Bucket is just going off about his religion here, as Chris just did.
But also,
no
it
one's
takes
listening.
like 5 times longer because Gordy Bucket is a much slower talker than Chris.
That's true.
Yeah, Fo's definitely not listening.
While this is
This has taken the entire short rest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go close Jordan's office door, which I imagine is open because I'm getting way too much double Jordan.
Okay.
Back into the woods.
Fine, I'll close my door. No,
Run
she's
to the
No one
woods,
can have
run
too
to
much
the
double
woods.
Jordan.
gonna have to do it.
Right into the
She went off into the woods. Who is that figure? I'm scared now.
So while it's happening, what effect does a short rest have? Because I actually am not sure.
So on your sheet, up at the where is it?
I see a little campfire at the top.
At the very, very top, in like the black bar at the top, it's a short rest. Yeah, the campfire. So click that. Then, if you want to roll your hit die, you only get these. You might as well use some of them. That'll give you some die back. You choose how many of them to use.
What's my hit die?
So basically, click the short rest button.
That's up.
Oh, sorry, I can see it.
It's okay.
So we roll 1d8 plus 1.
So basically, all of these are your count as like you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 die. You can use some of them whenever you take a short rest. However, they don't all come back until after a long rest, and they don't come back all at once. So if you think you're going to have a rough next 24 hours, you might not want to use them all. But it's up to you. If you're really struggling, you could use them all. I kind of tend to use them one at a time to see how it's.
I'm just gonna use one.
So
You can always roll them, and then you determine if you're gonna you roll one, and you'd be like, I think I'm gonna roll another one. You can do them one at a time.
Okay.
I'm going to do 2 to start off with
So
because I'm
you're
down 22 hit
1d8
points, and the
plus
most I can
2,
heal is 22 with 2
so
dice. So
1d8
it's like kind of perfect. So I'm going to roll 2d10 plus 2 because I have a constitution
that's
bonus
6.
of
So you can
plus
just
1.
add
I'm just gonna roll all mine. Petrie lives fast and furious.
Yeah, I just rolled an 8.
and then I'm gonna do a
Natural 8.
short rest. You have to
What are people
confirm it.
rolling?
Hit dice
And
to
that'll
regain hit
reset
points.
if you might have stuff that refreshes after.
Ooh.
a short
I
rest.
didn't get
So
hit, so
I
I'm
just want to click that.
I just rolled a 2 and a 1 on my 2d10.
Grats.
Yeah, that's rough.
So as you were all sitting around this fire, hearing about the details of Gordy's religion is pasta, Balthazar, you are watching these flames that this food is being cooked over. You have a almost like captivating, and they're dancing and dancing, and all of the conversation starts to kind of like fade out as these flames kind of seem to dance before your eyes, and you see a figure dancing out of it, and this figure looks at you and goes, Balthazar. In your head. No one else hears this. Balthazar.
Wait, I see it too?
Yeah, you see it and you hear it in your head, and it's kind of like a vision in flames.
Okay. I've probably seen it before, yes? Is it my Ifriti?
This seems like a vision of Ifriti, yeah.
Okay. I heed it. I decline my head to be Ifriti.
You do well, Balthazar. I saw how you burned it with fire.
If I respond, can I respond internally or is it out loud?
Up to you.
Oh, do out loud. Come on.
It's a choice.
Gordy's droning on and on about the details of his religion, and suddenly you're just like,
And
no.
suddenly you hear Balthazar go, yes, I burn for you.
So definitely what's in that direction.
Frici says, "You do well," and it kind of like fades out, and you feel this like sense of warmth fill you, and then kind of dissipate a little bit. But then your tin can just feels warm.
I'd like to, as I rest, kind of like cozy up to the tin can and sort of like the crook right here with my head against it.
Beautiful. All right, so you all have a successful short rest.
What's Limax doing during the rest?
Oh, I'm doing this. I've been snacking, so like everyone's been talking. I've just been shoving stuff in my mouth and like covering it with mucus and shoving it in my mouth and just rolling around. But I'm just, I'm living.
Just slugging.
I'm slugging.
Looking around.
And like people are talking and I'm not following. I'm eating. All I can hear is my little chompies.
I think it's in character for Gordy to not really notice, yes, because even those people who started listening drop out of listening pretty quickly. He just keeps going.
Beautiful. Well, as you are finishing up this rest, it was somewhat afternoon as you had embarked on this adventure. So I would say it's probably starting to get close to dusk now. Just the sun beyond the trees and the shadows getting long. And as the dusk starts to fall, you see these amber lights glowing stronger beyond. I accidentally drew a circle.
Interesting.
You see what you can assume are these amber pustules from. So here's where you were climbing, and here's where you fought. How do I? There we go. Here's where you were climbing, and here's where you fought. You found those 2 amber pustules here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as you get beyond this staircase, there seem to be more and more density leading out this way.
Ooh.
So it's very, very scattered. There was like 1 and 2 here, and then now it's, as the dark is falling, they're glowing brighter, and you can see beyond in front of you this increasing density of amber pustules. Is that what I'm calling them?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
To the light!
Foe will
Indeed.
certainly move towards them the moment he sees them.
So yeah, so the majority of them are beyond this this rise. So you'll have to continue to climb.
Yeah, all right. I mount up and go back up get up to the top and start going in amongst the trees that bear the pustules.
Yeah.
Cool. Does anyone not have a climbing speed?
Oh, I might not. Well, I'm a slug.
I don't have a climbing speed.
You're good. You're good.
Yes.
I don't think I have a climbing speed.
So
You're
I don't have a
mountain
climbing
goat.
speed, but Snowdrop does have a climbing speed.
It should be at the
Okay.
top, right?
Yeah.
I do not have the climbing
I can check
speed.
for you.
Does my move speed stay the same regardless of what's my move speed as a raccoon?
Your movement speed, you have a 20 foot climbing speed and a 20 foot raccoon speed. So Balthazar, maybe it didn't get on your sheet, but I would say you would have a climbing speed
you're a goat.
because you are a mountain, specifically a mountain goat. So if it didn't, then I need to fix the homebrew because.
Yeah, and I'm relying on Snowdrop, who has very sure feet for climbing up things.
Beautiful. So Limax, I will just have you make an athletics check, or I would say an acrobatics check because you could use like the dexterity of your like slime, like your body can contort into these different forms. So either of those, whichever you would like to make.
I'm gonna do athletics and +4, and I did rowing as a slug.
I got collegiate sport.
Yeah. I got 11.
Okay. So you get halfway up here, and the rest of you can see Limex just kind of struggling in this rocky terrain, and just like the goop is just sticking to things, and you're slipping.
So I can take my 30-foot chain and affix it to something and sort of let down a chain to aid with climbing, maybe.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's totally fine. So you let down this chain. Limex, you do not need to roll for this because you have the ability to like grab things extra good.
Oh, you can wrap around it.
So you're gonna grab this. You have no problem hanging on to this.
I'm a sticky girl. I'm sticky and I'm tacky.
Exactly.
So tacky.
You're gonna give Balthazar some ideas.
All right. So as you get up here, I'm assuming you guys are looking for you guys are moving towards the amber, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Gordy doesn't care that much about the amber because that's just money and that's not like his focus right now. So he's gonna if everybody else is looking up at the amber, he's gonna be sort of keeping an eye on like the ground level and looking for anything that might lead toward that artifact that we were tasked to try to find.
Great. Okay. So anyone who is looking for the amber, go ahead and make a group investigation check for me. So everyone, let me know what your number is.
Sure. Are we officially out of the short rest?
Yes, you have completed a short rest.
Ooh, now
Okay.
20. That's a 22.
Got it.
Ooh, there we go.
22.
So yeah, I used 3 hit dice of my 5 for healing during the short rest. Just FYI.
Thank you very much.
14 on investigate.
14 to 22. Okay, one moment.
I'll be right back. I ran out of fortune cookies upstairs. I have more downstairs though.
Very important. Go get those. Well,
God, it's such a good gimmick.
it really is.
I should actually repeat that when Jordan's back. He'll appreciate the appreciation for his gimmick.
Yeah.
I just noticed that he's surrounded by hummingbirds in his frame.
Oh my
You
god,
did
it
this
took you
before?
a while. Sorry, I mean, yay! You could say the slugs were an awful.
Feeling a little sluggish.
They're a little sluggish there, partner.
Okay. Very good. Very good. I'll wait till he's back to continue. Describe to me, foe, because you're searching real good. So describe me like how you're searching.
He's ordering Barnaby here and there, and Barnaby is real good at looking for stuff.
Barnaby's like, "Is this what you're looking for?" And he picks up a rock.
Worthless! It's not even glowing!
It's supposed to be glowing?
Barnaby!
No, I can do it.
You're like Barnaby!
Wow, that was uncalled for.
So you see Foe. Foe has had a lot of experience in his foxhood, just looking for shiny things. At this point, it's almost muscle memory of the mind to react to shiny things, and even know maybe if some things are shinier than others, just like at a glance. He's been training for this his whole life, so he immediately locks on to whatever it is he's about to see.
So, very quick question, because out of character, you're saying foxness. In character, I don't think you said fox once. Is that something you want to clarify for people in character?
In character, I don't think he's talked about being a fox yet.
All right. So you're searching around, and with that check, you find collectively 11 medium-sized. So maybe they're probably like 65% of that big one. I gotta remember to write that down. Amber pustules. He is just hopping around, finding them left and right, skittering at trees, tossing them in bags. Limex, you kind of like see some, but like he darts and like grabs them.
I'll probably give half of them to Barnaby because I'm running out of pouches in my belt.
Barnaby's just
So you're just like, it's okay, I'll steal those later.
If only you knew someone that was sticky. It was nice to someone who was sticky.
I knew about your sticky fingers.
So-
Keep your sticky, sluggy bits away.
Real quick, as you collect them, very quickly make a Constitution saving check.
I was about to ask, are these the ones that are tacky and acidic?
We shall see.
Ooh, could try poison test?
Ooh. Total of 5.
Okay, so
Ooh.
you're grabbing these and they are burning you, but you are kind of very dedicated to
I don't
them.
care.
So I'm going to say that all right, as you grab them, they are dealing 1 point of damage to you. So you can either continue to take the damage, which would be 11, or you can tell me how you are
Yeah. So,
not taking that
so you
damage.
see him like puts him in his place, like and puts him in a leather pouch. Puts him in a leather pouch. Barnaby, put them in my leather pouch.
Barnaby grabs him and he's like, feels spicy.
Put it in
It
the pouch.
doesn't hurt me though.
Barnaby, will you take all these, put them in your purse, and it'll report
Where's my
back.
purse?
Find your purse,
Where's
Barnaby.
my purse?
Barnaby.
From down on the forest floor, Gordy is looking up and just like, didn't you use Mage Hand before?
the raccoon looks at him and he says, "What do you know about it?" And then subtly, he casts Mage Hand. Can I make a stealth roll?
You know nothing.
Can I make a stealth roll?
Sure. It is invisible.
It's a 1.
So you just see like
You're like the worst
him
raccoon.
move his hands to cast because it takes some magicking to cast.
And at the end, he's like, Mage Hand!
he's like cast mage hand.
Gordy just shakes his head and keeps his eyes on the horizon level.
And Barnaby says, "Well, you
Age
should
May and Hay!
Ooh,
Yeah.
Latin.
All right. So
I was working on it. It takes a minute to get it up sometimes.
Given Featry probably didn't find any golden orbs with his 7 investigation, it turns out he was really just looking for flowers.
Mhm.
So he has a 15 survival to look for some flowers and
yeah.
forage for nectar in these times of great starvation and the quickening of stomachs.
You
So
see Poe still kind of munching on Petrie's piece of bread.
So you rolled a 15 foraging check.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a d6 for me.
It is a 3.
It is a 3. Okay. So you see Foe just snatching up all these orbs, and before you know it, every amber light you saw, he's got stowed away. So you just decide to look for some flowers, and you're glittering around, and you see this purple bloom with kind of these greenish, like kind of veins going into the center. And it looks very similar to like an exotic bloom that you've read about. And you go ahead and you think that this looks delicious. So that is what you find.
I am all over this. I am face fucking this flower like nobody's business.
Yes.
Is it good?
So you partake of this flower. As you start to get into it,
Yeah.
you're like, this doesn't have the sweet overnotes that were described in Bloom Weekly, Bloom Bi-Weekly, which is the national publication of nectar blooms that you receive.
For nectar enthusiasts, which is what non-nectar enthusiasts call people who need nectar to live.
Are you making the alphabet with your nose on the flower?
We're all getting the spirit of shitty jokes now.
Can I talk about my publication of Slime and Fine?
Slime and Fine.
Where I was the, the poster child.
Tell them in character, do it.
So once after college, for when I was, finishing up rowing at the university, at Slime University, I need to look for some work. And so I was, straight on the cover of Slime and Fine. Legend tells.
You were centerfold.
I was centerfold.
Nice. I'm unsurprised somehow.
Thank you. That's all. Continue with your flowers.
So Petrie, as Limax tells you about her sachet with fame on the cover of magazines, you start to feel a little sick to your stomach. And you don't know if it's about the slug. Is it? No, it's the nectar. It is for sure the nectar. And you realize
Don't look now. Don't look now. Don't.
you're
I'm gonna fly
poisoned
behind this wall
for 1 hour.
to do the dirty deed.
Unfortunately, you just missed that DC for yard. There's some bad stuff in these damn Darewoods.
Yeah, I believe it.
Should I do a poison check?
Yeah,
Do
you want to do that.
I'm gonna detect poison. I'm gonna do it. Because it's shady out here. Stuff is burning.
Night shady.
So are you gonna go up to, I guess, the next flower that he was going to and detect poison?
I am.
Okay, let me just look there. Boop. For the duration, you can sense the presence and location of poisons. Oh, nice. Poisonous creatures and diseases within 30 feet of you.
So I can go right next to him?
Yes, if you have a 30 feet range, you are definitely near that flower. You cast this spell, and you just get this sense, because you are very familiar with, you have almost like this supernatural connection to the toxins, is what this spell gives you. And you can tell that all the flowers that look like this are poisonous. It's like a light poison, it's not going to kill him. You think that he will be probably fine. He just needs to fly it off a little bit. But you do have this up for 10 minutes. So you can look around and basically you can see there's quite an array of flora and fauna, and you can tell the closer you get to, this waterfall, seems like the density of poisonous stuff is kind of increasing. But you can also tell what's not poisonous, so.
If you find me a flower that isn't poisonous, would you be a dear slime and bring it down this way? If you find it amidst all the flowers amidst poison are sweeter.
I have 2 potions. Is this the time?
You can easily find him a non-poisonous flower. He will still be poisoned. You have healing potions. I'm not sure if they cure poison though.
But he's also badly wounded.
That would be. So the healing potion would heal him, which sounds like he needs.
I should probably. I'm holding it out with my slimy paws.
Do you make these potions with your slime on the spot, or do you have them pre-made? And what do they look like, if so?
Legend, I can't tell you too much about the slimy secrets, but they may or may not be full of only mucus. I don't know. But don't worry about it. It's fermented.
Yeah. My secretions, not my secretions. Who's counting, really?
Yeah. Life is my secretion.
Oh, you gave Petrie a potion?
So tell me which potion it says.
So I got some cute ones. I got the greater potion, and I have a superior potion. And one is 1 pound, and one is half a pound. I don't know if that says.
Well, whichever potion you hand out, there will be a swarm bird that accepts it and then delivers unto you a message.
So this one isn't. This one is not quite as good as that one, but you have 2 of them.
I have 2.
Okay.
How bad is this bird hurting?
That would probably do it.
Okay.
So it is 4d4 plus 4.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what that means.
So go ahead and roll.
D4?
Well, does Petrie drink it is the first
Do you
question.
want my slimy concoction?
Immediately.
Yeah.
Without hesitation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So roll a d4. Yeah, so click it 4 times.
Roll.
Oh, you can
Okay.
click multiple times and it will add it together. So now just click
Gordon,
3 times.
I just have to say, I said it earlier, but you were not here. I really appreciate your gimmick. It's a good
So
gimmick.
it's 8 plus 4.
As you deliver this potion to Petrie, the bird that accepts it whispers into your ear, or one bird accepts it, and then another bird flies around and whispers into your ear.
Your eyes have magnetized a secret admirer.
Oh.
Also, wait, if this is made of your slime, don't you need to roll for charm?
Slime time.
Well, so this is a potion, so I would basically say
It's
not
fermented.
it's
like
not
kombucha.
raw, unprocessed slime.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like,
Makes
like wine is poison, but it's not poison. You know what I mean? I have a finely aged slime.
Okay.
And it has honey in it, so I'll probably like it.
Oh,
Hey, there we go.
So it was a 12?
Yes, it was 12 points healing. What are you doing?
Oh. I'm significantly less dead.
Okay. Nice.
Yes, and at any point you can retrieve him a nectar flower if you are feeling kind.
Okay. Can I do
So,
that right?
Feel
So,
anything? It just makes him feel tasty.
Okay.
Gordy calls over from where he's sort of standing sentinel. Petrie, are you going to be okay?
Yes!
Do we need to wait, or can we move on?
I really don't have a whole lot to lose anyways, so I mean, like, this is...
What about the swarm?
Oh yeah, all the little birds start puking. That's
Okay,
Thanks for reminding them. Okay.
we gotta leave him behind. But it's like spectral barf because they're
Yes.
spectral, right?
It's just ectoplasm.
Yeah.
We
got slimed.
Before Foe prances up the stairs, just to check, Balthazar, are you doing anything during this?
I mean, Balthazar was also looking for the amber, but I think with a 14 hadn't found anything. So I'm just making sure that Limax is escalating safely. Probably like if Limax, are you still on the chain?
I'm on the chain. I got potions flying, but
So Balthazar is below Limax in case anything happens with the chain to make sure that Limax doesn't fall.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So are we saying that Petrie flew over to where the chain is?
Yeah, Petrie goes anywhere.
I would say you guys have successfully pulled Limax up. And also, Balthazar, I forgot you had that 14 check. So you would have found like one large piece and one medium piece that were like nearby you that you were able to snag before Foe just with his 20 just got everything else. So
I like how the character though.
make a note of that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not very wise, so I think I'll also just pick them up.
Oh yes. Okay.
You got hooves though. Do the hooves have some power?
they have some hoof.
I mean, I can kind of roll them into my sack.
Yeah, I guess if you're just putting them straight into your bag, you'll be fine. If you just hold them for a long time, they're gonna do a point of acid damage to you. Okay, all right.
Cool.
So you are all up here, and it is getting dark.
Foe's probably noticing that it gets more and more densely golden up here, and at this point, he's kind of in. You know how you have a sugar high? He has a greed high. He is no longer quite logical. He's cackling a little bit uncontrollably as he just fox leaps from postule to postule. He's probably going up these stairs at this point.
Yeah,
far ahead
and
of
just
the
to
others.
clarify, the roll that you did to find pustules, I'm pretty much assuming that it covered mostly this area.
Yeah,
if
so
that makes sense.
he's going up the stairs beyond that now because he needs more.
Got it.
He needs more.
Right. Yeah, so before you, there is this grand waterfall with water pouring out and this kind of ancient tree bark just kind of reaching into the sky. This ruined staircase of some kind is of yore. goes up the sides, and it's not so ruined as to impede your journey. You can easily traverse it.
Yep, he's going all the way up until he finds some more shiny shit.
All right.
He might even start skipping shiny shit and recognizing that it's getting more dense and wants to go to he wants to go find the good piece.
So before Petrie gets out of sight, Gordy is going to stop and sort of turn back and look and see what's up with Petrie. Good role playing. slash miming. All right. So is Petrie keeping up with the group or sitting there retching still? Okay, keeping up.
He's keeping up. Am I sickened or something? What's my official status?
Oh, you were poisoned for 1 hour, and that is
which is disadvantage on attacks and saves and stuff.
Boo. Okay.
I can actually spend 5 points of my lay on hands to neutralize any poison.
Yes, you could.
How important is that to you?
That'd be pretty dope.
Yeah, I should probably do that.
Disadvantage on everything is kind of bad.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, as people start scampering up the stairs, Gordy's going to turn on Snowdrop and just kind of look over her shoulder at Petrie, who's kind of sluggardly lagging behind a little bit, as opposed to going way out in front like he normally does.
Yeah. When a hummingbird is sluggish, those wings have to be really fast for them to fly.
Mm-hmm.
That's so it's very sad. It's a little bit of a hop. A bit of a hop, a bit of a hop, hop. It's very pitiful. It's very pathetic.
So Gordy's
he's not impressing any of the ladies.
I think that Lilac would probably take offense at you calling that sluggish.
I want to remind you, it's fermented, this slime, so you might feel a little tipsy. It might be able
so he's also teetering a little bit.
A little, yeah. He's got
a little bit
buzz going.
Some of the little hummingbird spirits are getting belligerent. Oi! Oi!
A little bit wordy.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at?
So I
How important it is for Petrie to impress the ladies. He's going to look around to see if there are any ladies. Yeah. There are no ladies that Petrie's trying to impress. So he's going to sort of gesture of Petrie, come here, let me help you.
Yep, he needs it.
There we go. Okay, and he's gonna lay his huge turtle clawed hand on the top of the head of Petrie essentially, and mutter an incantation to Great Octuan and and spend 5 hit points to end the poison condition.
Oh my! Thank you, Kai.
Thank
you. Out of character, and then in character.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And one of the swarms reaches out to you.
You're a brave and valiant fighter, and it's good to have you at my side.
One of the swarm reaches out to you to tell you your loyalties.
Your loyalties will be rewarded.
Whoa, that was really on point.
I've always believed so, even if not always in the short term.
Meanwhile, Foe is dashing ahead, giving no fucks about the people behind him being healed.
So, Foe, as you approach the top of this, you see this very large pool of water that is creating this waterfall spilling below. You can see it kind of just rippling out from this cave mouth with this tree submerged into it. And yeah.
Okay. So Foe's fuck water! Tell me about glowy status. What all am I seeing that's the muddies?
So go ahead and I will say roll an investigation check again, since you're just kind of in this new terrain-ish.
Sure. 20.
So really quickly before we get the description, Gordy had to roll to basically wind up the chain that Limax had been using. Is there any way to clean any of the slime off of the chain? Because it's going to make it much harder to store or try to charm Gordy.
That's very hurtful.
He doesn't know not to touch it, so he's hesitant to because it's kind of gross in his opinion. It's not his normal jam. He doesn't say any of that. He's just is there an easy way to clean your slime from this chain before packing it away?
Are you asking me, the slug?
Yeah, he's asking Limax.
And I'm like, there might be a way, but I might not tell you.
It's just going to take more space in my bag and cause things to be damp. Is there an easy one?
I will hold the chain.
Okay. Why is that?
To be helpful.
I respect your motivations.
I'm satisfied with this decision. The slugs favor you once again.
Okay. Gordy is a little weirded out by this, but decides to go with it because Balthazar is always a little weird. So this isn't like this isn't a huge step up in weirdness or anything.
Beautiful.
You may drape it around my neck and shoulders.
Balthazar looks badass with the chains, just like with the hard eyes.
It's like some
and
BDSM.
these chains, just like
So Gordy does pick it up in order to put it on Balthazar. So presumably he's touching the slime there.
So Climax, it is a choice.
I think for this case, the slime has to be on for like a few minutes. So I think if we're past a few minutes, then yes. But if not, then we're good.
Also, you have a limited number of times a day, and I think you have one more.
I think I'll just let Balthazar carry the weight of the slime for the moment. Carry the heart and like hearth of the slime.
Okay, so Gordy, thoroughly weirded out, picks up the chain, drip as it drips, and kind of like awkwardly shuffles it over to Balthazar and kind of just like randomly loops it around Balthazar in a sort of haphazard pattern. Balthazar looks metal as fuck though, so.
Balthazar's heart eyes like stare up at you and are still very haunting, but all of a sudden like heart pulse.
Okay.
Beautiful. So as you're wrapping up that chain, getting up the rest of these stairs,
And now the natural 20.
yeah, Foe's just got his nose and everything, and you basically see this water coming out. You see there are a couple actually, let me figure out how many exactly. There are.
I will say though, at this point, his emphasis is not as much on the small boys. He's getting the sense that there's going to be like a big boy around here. So he's still interested in like some good ones, but like he's got the greed bug.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see.
So
Yeah.
there is one that is like kind of hanging off of a branch that is hanging down from this cliff face right here.
Oh yeah.
And you can see a very large one growing, like what had grown into this trunk of this tree before it was submerged in water. So you can see with that 20, this faintly amber glow beneath the surface.
Gotcha. So he's probably, because he's right beside the other one, he'll grab that one and he's gonna go. He hates swimming, but like he's seeing that glow boy. How big are we talking, by the way? Just so I'll have a sense of scale.
It seems like as big, if not slightly bigger, than a Possum Jim's amber.
Got it. So yeah, so he'll grab the one right next to him, give it to Barnaby, and then he's skidding around the water. He's like touching it, he backs up. Like he touches it, backs up. And he's fucking Fox jumps into the water, and he's like, fuck, God, fixins and vices, and like just fucking complaining, gurgling as he like poorly swims into the middle of this lake.
Okay, I'm gonna have you make a check for that because you don't have a swim speed, so I'm gonna make it.
Boy,
you cannot easily do this,
Oh,
especially
yeah.
because you're kind of drowning. Before.
Gordy leans down and out of the side of his mouth to Balthazar is like, we might need your chain services.
They are in service.
Hey. I didn't know you were packed of the chain. He does not say that in character.
Just so you remember, you're amphibious. You can breathe underwater.
I can breathe underwater.
Just so you remember it. But we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
You're gonna make a survival check.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Survival.
If you roll a 1, you just auto die because you did not survive. That's
Oh, okay. So fueled by the power of greed, he rolls an 18.
All right, so you
Hey.
are just like wiggling your raccoon body through this water, and you successfully traverse into this pool and get to this rotted tree and get to this amber and grab on. Now I'm going to make you make a contested strength check to get it out of it.
Okay.
So just do a strength
And
check.
I'll say, Barnaby, help me! I don't know if I get an addition
I
for
don't know
that.
how to swim.
Fucking learn! I don't know how to swim either! Alright, it's a strength roll?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a -1 modifier.
right.
Okay, I got an 8.
You tug and you get your little raccoon feet against the branch to try to give you leverage, but you're not going anywhere.
Okay, well, I'm not going to stop trying.
Okay, so I will say that that's
So I'm there.
him.
Curse my shitty body.
Curse these pitiful paws!
So what are the rest of you doing as you come upon this like thrashing in the water?
I kind of want to go for a swim.
Go for it.
I see he wants help, so like I might help him when I get to it.
Yeah, so as you enter the water,
Help me with this, you see now, slug!
Oh, sir.
Uh-oh.
Better call me cute.
so
You're all moderately cute, slug! Hurry!
Yes, thank you.
So as you slug into the water, you kind of are just slugging along the bottom of wherever the ground is. So you're just continuously going into the water, and you are, because of your mucusy out, you can pocket the oxygen and carry it with you.
Cool.
So you are fully amphibious. You're fine. You see him struggling underwater. You're submerged right now, and you can see him ahead of you struggling with this thing. Make another survival check.
Yeah, when he yelled that, he was gurgling like, "Oh, you see now, slug! You're moderately cute, oh!"
Okay. You're gonna have to work on it. Can I do an investigation? Can I look on the bottom of the water?
Yes, but first make me that survival check.
Yep.
I'll get to you eventually.
So while they're going, if I may, Gordy doesn't like the situation in general, and it just seems like too many things have come together here. He's going to do his divine sense to try to search for the powerful energies like the Fae or undead or celestial or fiend, and just kind of like see if there's any pulses of those extreme energies around.
Got it. Okay. I will get to you in just a second.
Yeah.
So
Thank
Phil rolled a 15. So you are still underwater. You are not drowning. That's what that check was
Green's
for.
fucking powerful.
So you are doing an investigation check, right?
How much help do you need?
Also, you realize at this point that he was drowning before out of inconvenience and discomfort, and not out of the inability to swim.
Oh, well, you're fine.
Help me! It's heavy. I need my rock. Help me get my rock.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna look around the bottom of the water.
So you can clearly see him struggling with this amber piece as you're kind of trudging your slug self along the silty bottom of this lake. You see. Wait, what'd you roll?
I haven't rolled.
Oh, what have you rolled?
Roll 12.
12. You see like very small fragments, maybe like a handful, very scattered ambery fragments, like very, very, very small, that you may collect with you. So please, while he's thrashing about. So Gordy pings his divine sense. Okay. So you ping your divine sense, which is 60 feet, right?
Yeah, I think yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Which should be enough to cover most of the area.
Yeah. So you're a little concerned for a second because you see this like branchy tree. You guys just fought a tree. It would make a lot of sense to see if that tree was about to kill somebody.
Thank you.
It does not ping. It just seems to be a dead, withered tree.
Sweet.
Your very zealous, amber-hungry friend is not currently in danger of anything except for his own bad choices.
They'll also pull his crowbar whenever his turn is next.
Okay, we'll get to that. So Gordy, so you do not sense anything in the vicinity. Although you do notice something strange. When you normally ping this divine sense, you get like this general like awareness of this radius around you. But to the north, it feels like that awareness is shunted or somewhat cut off.
So actually, just as a question, looking at the map, so is the only way to go north? Would we have to go into the river cave, or is it possible to climb up on those cliffs and there's like forest to the north that way?
Yeah, so you can climb the cliffs, forest to the north, or there is this cave here that you can check out.
Okay, how deep looking is the water in that cave mouth, essentially?
So I think you would have to get, let's see, you can trudge a bit closer, like into the shallows, like about 5-10 feet into the shallows, and do a perception check.
Okay, I will do exactly that.
All right. So before we get to that, you are doing what?
I pull my crowbar out of my thieves pack. I have a crowbar.
Okay.
And I'm, God, stupid slug!
All right. With the crowbar, that will be your thieves.
Wait, you're attacking the slug?
No!
That's what it sure sounded
No,
like.
I'm
you
attacking
psycho.
the Amber, but I'm mad at the slug for not helping me out. I saw her. I saw the slug look at me, think about helping, and then just go underwater.
I'm playing for bludgeoning the slug.
Goddamn slugs breathe underwater.
That's what's in his imagination.
But Limax has resistance to bludgeoning damage, so just bouncing off.
Yeah, let's try.
She'd like it.
Yeah. So Limax, I'm assuming you're just picking up these fragments.
I'm
and like,
rolling around and it's sticking to me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have natural pockets.
Yeah, I have
That's
a
awesome.
pocket.
I just wanted to
Flesh
make sure.
pockets, like in that movie we watched.
No, not like in that
No.
movie.
Like
we
have you guys seen Gentlemen Broncos?
Oh my god.
I've heard the phrase from that movie, though.
She has flesh pockets. She's the chosen
I
one.
don't have flesh.
Okay, sorry.
All right. So crowbar, you get your advantage on your strength check this time.
Okay.
Another one.
So what do I do for advantage on this?
Just roll twice.
Okay. It's probably still gonna suck. Ooh. Okay, so the first one's a 9. Ooh! Second one's a 16.
All right. So with that crowbar, you get in it and it slips a little bit, but you get your little raccoony paws against the tree, like your back feet are against the tree, and you're just hooked in here, and you give it a yank, and it pops out into your paws. It feels kind of spicy.
He hugs it for a second anyway. It probably burns him.
You take 1 point of damage.
Okay, good.
It burns out good.
Yeah. All right.
So I got a 13 on the perception check in the shallows, just FYI.
All right. So you're trudging in these shallows, checking out this cave. You see the water flowing from within the cave, but you see it just something looks just kind of strange. You look closer, and with the 15, it just looks like it goes in about 10 feet, and then it's just a rock face inside. So
Petrie, come look at this with me, please.
Okay.
Okay. Oh.
Petrie flips over next to Gordy Bucket.
That doesn't look natural to you, does it?
I'm going to do a survival check. Nat 20.
Woo!
That's what's up. I knew who to call.
All right.
So we're looking at a 25 total.
Hummingbird. For 25. Beautiful. Okay. So you flit into this cave easily. You see this rock face just kind of inset into this. Inset into this cave. And it does not look like a natural formation to you at all. You kind of poke around and you just get this instinct. With that roll, you get an instinct to poke it with your beak. And you realize as you poke it with your beak that it is not stone at all. It is like a layer of silt that your beak goes through. and you feel nothing on the other side, air on the other side. It's almost like a wall of mud, but looks completely like stone from the exterior.
When I flick my tongue out into that air, what do I taste in the air on the other side of the mud wall?
A real sentence that has now been said for the first time.
I feel like that's going to be a perception check to like perceive that flavor.
Okay.
Perceive the flavor. What a slogan.
Yeah.
Although you made a natural 20 just then, so I'm going to roll it into that actually because that's really
Okay, good, because my perception was garbage.
You flick your luckily you have such a long hummingbird tongue, you're able to do this. You flick your tongue out and you're like, oh, the taste of the air tastes like forest, but with a overtone of flower that is not what this forest tastes of. A different sense that whatever is beyond there is not what is here.
This is actually a cool time for a bit of hummingbird lore.
Ooh.
So
I just need to say, if Jordan ever plays this character again, we need to get him one of those like party things that girls, so he can just be doing that when doing any perception checks.
Yeah.
Please carry on with the lore, but that's going to be necessary at some point.
So maybe as Petrie does this, maybe it's like a flower he doesn't recognize or something, and he has a memory to a piece of a fairy tale told amongst his people about the Great Flower, is what some call it. There are many names, and Petrie probably knows some of those names, but somewhere in the world, it's one of the greatest secrets by certain select hummingbirds. There is a giant flower that some say is the size of a forest, some say it's the size of a clearing, some say it's the size of a mountain. There are all kinds of wild rumors, but they say that this glowing flower has the sweetest nectar that is so good your people have called it ambrosia. There are many claims on the black market to have ambrosia, but almost all of them are false. If any of them are real,
Bullshit!
Yeah, no one really knows, but there are many people that try to claim it. However, there are certain hummingbirds that have been reported to have gold fringes along all their wings, and it is said that those are the ones that have drunken from ambrosia.
And they get so many chicks.
And they get every chick, and it's not fair. So that is what Petrie maybe thinks about or remembers as he smells these new flowers.
Yeah, those Chad hummingbirds.
But it is said that once you taste the ambrosia, a magic keeps you from telling anyone else its location.
That would be pretty dope. I really wish that could be me. Instead, I have to fly really, really fast right in front of a chick and then slap my ass cheeks together.
Little hummingbird cheeks.
I scared the cat.
Is Petrie saying this out loud as he animate flashbacks?
Yes, sure. But none of my characters have an internal monologue except Shakes. It's entirely internal monologue.
But since his mouth is through the mud wall, and
right,
it's just echoing weakly in this cavern.
So whoever's in the cavern is like, it's been a millennia of peace, and then suddenly they hear,
Boy, I wish that was me. Instead, I have to fly real close to the chicks and slap my ass cheeks together.
We're going to say that your swarm is slightly prophetic, and that's what that previous fortune cookie about not talking to yourself was about, but you forgot.
That's beautiful. All right. So
Gordon calls out to Petrie, what's going on?
Petrie returns from inside of the... He withdraws his beak, and then reports back that it is but a silk screen. And then I already forget what you told me about the inside of it. It has been displaced by what Landon said.
Good role playing as a hummingbird, by the way. I already forgot.
It tastes of forest, but of a vintage that is not this particular forest you're in.
It tastes of the forest inside, but it does not taste like this forest. Don't ask how I know how it tastes.
With your tongue, presumably. You have a long tongue. I'm not a lady, but I did
Just got a
notice.
grip.
Claw on things.
Oh my god.
So are you still in the water?
So Fo just got this big pustule. He was hugging it for a minute. Will it fit into one of his like little belt pouches, or is it too big?
I'm assuming you have a lot of loot bags, so I'll give it to you for
All
sure.
right.
Like,
So he's stuffing it. It probably like bulges out of one of his side pockets,
it's getting pretty full.
and he's just like patting it, just. And he's probably now on the lookout for the next one.
It seems like this would be a great opportunity if you had a sporin at the front of your gear.
If I had a way.
A sporin, it's the like pouch that hangs down in front of between your legs for a kilt.
Oh, like a fanny pack.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. So he's probably just chilling there. He's probably not going to be the one that makes the next move.
Can I check and see if it's slime safe to go through the?
Yeah. So you go over. So yeah, are you still on the
I'm
like, have you blobbed up into the water, or where are you at?
I'll blob up.
So you kind of have heard what they're saying.
Yeah, I heard him have his flashback, and I'm curious.
All right. So the cave is like the interior is completely water, about 15 feet deep. So you can blob over and you can just kind of like blob along the bottom, or how would you like to approach?
Since Peter's checked the top, I think I'm going to check the bottom area and see if it's like walkable.
Okay, underwater?
Yeah, underwater. Yeah, see if it's like safe for them to walk through.
So underwater, you are just like along the silty floor of this pond, and you see what looks to you like it is above water, like this solid wall. But you heard what he said about being silt. So how would you like to approach it?
Do I still have poison check on?
It's 10 minutes.
Oh, then no.
So yeah, probably not, because you were checking out the floor, bottom floor.
Can I just go? Can
Yeah,
I just go
go
through
ahead.
it? I'm just gonna go through it. I'm slugged.
All right. So you
I do what I want.
You're about to be a silty slug.
stick out your little slug nub, and you like
You're a pseudopod.
Yeah.
and you're underwater, so they can like faintly perceive you as you put your nub through, and then your body, and you are gone. You guys all see her disappear into what looks like this solid wall.
You're trying to get the next treasure. And Bo will hurry off.
Are you trying to swim?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so you're swimming to the entrance, and you are just going in, or what are you trying to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna follow the slug.
Follow the slug.
I dive this fox. right
Fox
on
dive into it. All right, so you dive in, and this fox. You guys, again, you can just perceive these shapes under the water because it's not super deep. But you see, well, you're not a fox, you're a raccoon. You see this raccoon just disappear into this solid wall.
Okay, that's clearly not natural, and we are looking for something unnatural and human, so this is probably worth investigating. Balthazar, are you willing to go beyond this veil?
Balthazar's still standing on the shore, not wanting to touch the water. So Balthazar, when you come and say, "Are you willing to, traverse this veil?" Balthazar, she says, "What veil? What's happening?"
There's a inside. It looks like a stone wall, but it's some sort of illusion or something unnatural. It's a veil that feels more like just falling silt or mud. One can easily push through it, or so Petri here says, and now both Fo and Limax have passed beyond it.
It's true. And then I'm going to
Beyond
flip through it.
So you see,
I ask you to clarify. Limax has gone to the other side.
Limax.
Limax.
Yes.
Upon hearing that Limax has gone, Balthazar will still not want to get wet, but will cast fly. And as a flying goat will fly through the cave and through the wall.
Trailing chains.
Can we call you Baba Yaga?
All right, so the great thing is all of them are each of them had their moment of like yes, and like did the thing, and now Gordy is on the other side, like, okay, and just takes like a moment of like, oh, they're not all these weirdos are not all here, and just like and like says a little like mantra to himself for a moment of just like, okay, you can keep doing this. They're in there. They probably need your help. They deserve your help, technically. And so he clearly there's so first of all it's a large enough cave mouth, but Snowdrop does not have swim speed and is not suited for this. So he's going to dismount Snowdrop and just say, like, essentially stay here. They can communicate telepathically within a mile. But essentially, so technically, if Snowdrop wanted to, Snowdrop could fly, like, above the water through the thing. She does have a fly speed, but Gordy's not going to ask her to do that. So Gordy is just like, stay, and leaves a bunch of supplies on Snowdrop. Keep the essentials on him, but then he's eternal, so he can just go straight in the water and through the thing as the last one through.
All right, and you disappear, and Snowdrop is left sitting on the shore of this pond. So.
And since Snowdrop is the heart of the campaign, that's the end of the campaign.
Yeah,
now.
we're just going to focus on
Snowdrop
now.
going about their life now.
We don't
roll credits.
Stay on this map.
It's beautiful. Snowdrop takes out her reading.
There's still a slug dancing back there.
Oh, what?
The dancing illusion of a slug.
No,
back
the
there.
illusion's on you, right? Oh, no, your minor illusion over you. I don't know if it lasts
I
that
did
long.
my best to
Sure.
forget it. So
It does not last that long.
Yeah. So
Spoils.
everyone disappears into this silt, and you feel like you're passing through mud, basically, and it just all across your body. And as you pass through this sheet, like this wall of mud, into this, actually that's the color it feels like after you come out of it. This kind of like everything's blurry after you come out, this glowing sensation, and you feel kind of like a vague, stagnant air across your face. Everybody make me a wisdom saving throw.
Uh-oh.
My best.
this is the top one.
It's under saving first. Look at the top left.
So
You see
yeah,
where it
so you
says
might
saving
have
throw?
yeah, you want to do it there for
Oh
sure.
my god, you're such a wise slug.
I got
Holy
6.
Ooh, but it was a natural
Oh,
one.
what?
So if you ever roll a 1 on the die face, let me know because that's called a critical fail.
Oh.
So it's pretty bad, but we'll see what happens.
Oh man, we are not rolling well. I have a +5.
Yeah, you had the best chance.
Slug life.
Yeah, I had a +5, and I still only got a 9.
Wow, you guys. I got a -1 and I'm not last. I'll take it.
I'm still so fueled by greed that my perception is enhanced. My brain is on fire. I'm thinking at the speed of light. It's basically crack cocaine. The more treasure I get, the better rolls I get. I got a 16.
Okay,
Oh,
so
look at you.
16. Everyone sound off real quick.
16.
10.
9.
7.
Okay, so you pass through this mud, and then this like shifting light and blurriness kind of like passes over you, and just this sense of confusion. And you pop out the other side, and this is what you see. Ignore the title. That's just
Ooh,
the.
mushroom forest.
This is what you see. Stretching out before you, you see trees that were even larger than the giant trees that you are accustomed to. And you see just scattered amongst all of these trees, countless points of amber lights. Far and beyond, you see a deep blue glow permeate the entire forest. And for what looks like you can't even tell how far ahead, because this mushroom is bigger than anything that you've ever seen. Like the canopy of this mushroom extends so far across this forest, it seems to dwarf these trees. You can't even see where the stem of this giant glowing mushroom lies. And Petrie, it sparks that memory of the hummingbird flower of old, but it's not a flower, it's a mushroom. It makes you wonder, However, as you pass through this wall, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Why are you here? Why are you here?
I'm here for nectar and to impress the ladies and defend the territory.
You feel
Impress the ladies.
Slap some
Yeah.
cheeks, you know?
everybody except
This
for
stuff
Foe.
oozing from the trees. If I run up to it and I give it a quick lick,
A quick how you do.
yeah, what does it taste like?
What? Which one?
You know, these oozing trees.
Oh, the pustules?
Oh, are they pustules?
Yeah, they're
the amber
glowing
ones.
amber pustules.
The ones that are acidic that
Countless.
burn us.
Well, I won't be looking at any pustules. You know,
really
you mentioned the trees of old, and I wasn't sure if you were cross-pollinating with Faux Reynard's story about the ambrosia.
I think she was talking about the giant
Flowers.
mushroom in the distance.
Yeah, so in the distance, the trees look like, normal trees, but they're very big. And there's countless amber pustules, more than any of the trees you've encountered so far.
Gotcha.
And then in the distance is what is glowing blue, is that massive mushroom extending its canopy over the forest. And it's quite a ways away from you. You cannot even see where the stem of the mushroom meets the bottom of the forest. And that's what kind of reminds you of this ancient tale of the giant blue flower. However, none of you, except for Foe, remember why you're here. And you kind of feel you don't know, but it's nice here. I like it here.
What's behind us?
Behind you are trees.
Am I still in the water?
Oh, so is it like, do we feel like we came through a portal or something? Or is that silt wall behind us?
So you don't see a silt wall.
Oh.
Did you have experience with portals? You could
No.
roll a history check, a arcana check.
I would probably have light arcana knowledge, but not heavily. I probably didn't spend much time studying. It was probably talked about. What should I roll?
History.
Arcana.
Arcana? Okay.
Yes, please.
The swarm turns to me in this moment of suddenly I'm leaning on my ancestors for guidance because it's like when you walk into a room and you forget what you're doing there.
Mm-hmm.
And I have my three guiding pillars, but in addition, they deliver unto me
A cheerful message is on its way to you.
thank you.
Feeling
I was waiting for that cheerful message, and I guess that was what the message was.
Quick question. So is the telepathic connection with Snowdrop still active?
That's a good question. Let me do a Google.
Am I still soggy? Am I in the water?
So basically, you feel soggy. There's this bit of a stream, like running through where you're standing, but when you look back, you don't see that pool that you were just submerged in.
So I rolled a 3, by the way, on my arcana check.
Okay. I urgently have to go to the bathroom. So,
Speaking
how
of
about you all
soggy,
RP about how confused you are?
Yeah, a quick clarification question for that, maybe?
Yeah.
Can I just ask, do we remember coming through the silt wall? We don't remember why we did, but do we remember actually coming through?
You remember passing through something, and you showed up here, and it just seems fuzzy. It seems kind of fuzzy. Like, you were headed this way. You knew there was an obstacle that you traversed, and now you're...
So we remember the act of getting here, just not the why.
Yeah.
So kind of like
Okay.
a dreamlike set of memories where it's like there but kind of distant.
Yeah.
Except
I
for
gotta
me,
go
though,
real
right?
bad.
Okay.
But you remember it.
I'm trying to remember all my sons and daughters' names.
All right, so you know how like,
I remember all of them.
you know how
I put them to memory.
you know how when you've seen someone that's had like way too much espresso or like maybe cocaine and they're kind of
Oh,
like
I'm so
vibrating. So Foe's looking around and he sees all these pustules just stretching endlessly before them with a blue glow in the distance. And he is vibrating. And he's kind of like, he'll start running to one tree and like fox jumping at it, but then like he'll see another one and he'll like start skittering over there and then skittering over here and be like, look, do you see? Do you see? Treasure! What are you doing?
We have a new puppy in the house, and if you throw a toy, she'll like run over and try to get the toy, but on the way be distracted by yet another toy and forget that she was chasing a toy in the first place at all, and be like, oh, it's this toy. And then she'll try to pick it up, and then she'll remember that there was another toy that was happening, and then she'll try to go after that one, but then like and then she'll be like trying to like carry all of the toys at once. And yeah, that's you. That's you. I've seen this now in person.
So he sees you all kind of like going to like being kind of dreamy maybe, or like just looking at you. He's like, what are you doing?
Gordy is very grumpy and does not like feeling dreamy or, confused about anything. So anything that's even vaguely like arcane magic, he's very distrustful of. So he's just like, what the fuck is this, basically? Yeah. He's not actually saying anything because he's trying to like figure out what's going on before he says anything, but that's not working out super well. So he's just staying silent for a while.
Foe will just wait for each of you to reply about, what are you doing?
I'm in my regular state. There's a mushroom. I feel like I'm back at home. I think I'm at home. Is this my home?
Balthazar will start just like taking and by picking I kind of mean like smushing together a bouquet of mushrooms for Elena.
How about Petrie?
Petrie is gazing intently at that mushroom in the distance and trying to, he's like flying up into the canopy, flying down, trying to use the parallax to triangulate the distance like a surveyor.
What are you doing? Have you forgotten our mission? It's for you to get me treasure. Start giving me treasure as we walk towards the shinies.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true. I've never lied a day in my life, and you know that better than anybody.
Well, I'll be doing an insight on both of those statements.
I'm not even bothering with it. It's an insight check.
Don't you remember? You swore an oath to me to help me get treasure right before we got here. Are you saying?
I remember you stealing from me.
I also remember that.
I was helping you to carry something that was mine. You were struggling, it was very heavy.
That's not stealing, though, and I do remember there being some kind of stealing.
All right, come on, no more blither blathering, fox and furs. Get the things as we make our way. Hurry, my whiskers are tingling. Northward as we gather more pustules.
You should get that checked.
Yeah, you might be drugged. We all might be drugged.
I'm asking you to check my pustules that are in the trees. My pustules.
That sounds
Yeah, you really do need to get that checked.
No more complaining onward. And Bo starts like going, and he'll start like leaping up and grabbing little pustules as they
trying to
go.
help this boy.
So really quick, while I was gone, Foe, did you try to pull anything on these? People?
I told them. Do they not remember that their purpose is to help me gain treasures here and to gather things for me? And I told them they're my servants.
How do you all feel about that?
We've been ignoring him.
Well, we haven't forgotten everything, so my response was, I remember you stealing from me.
Yeah, that's valid.
Do I remember?
Yeah, I remember that we haven't been your servant up to this moment.
Your memories play tricks. Your memories are awful, and you know it.
Well, perhaps your memory's playing tricks. Perhaps you are our servant, and we've all forgotten.
The memory of a...
I wouldn't want him as a servant. That doesn't ring
That's true. We'd never hire him to be my servant.
The memory of a raccoon is non-negotiable.
That's not even a useful sentence.
It's a euphemism.
So what?
No more questions, treasure! And he starts like going down the path, and he'll again like just as he's going, he'll like leap up and like grab some pustules as he goes. Like it's if you imagine like the yellow brick road and like how Dorothy and the lion and the scarecrow are like going arm in arm and skipping. It's that, but he's by himself, and the things in his arms are pustules.
Wonderful.
So, does Gordy still have his telepathic connection to Snowdrop?
Yes, I forgot about that. Oh my gosh. Good question.
So the way the effect is described, I'll look it up real quick.
Is it distance based? Because that might answer the question.
Is within it has to be within 1 mile. So while your steed is within 1 mile of you, you can communicate with each other telepathically. And that's all.
Steed, fawn. Okay, so that's different than the wizard one then.
These kittens are wild right now. I know you guys can't see them.
We're off to see the fungus. The wonderful fungus, it's mine.
1 mile of you. I will say that you feel that wand, you reach out to Snowdrop, and you don't feel a response.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, we've clearly traveled some way to be here. So I don't recall, but presumably we would come here for this enormous mushroom. There's nothing else of true note here. And there's baubles in the trees, but
I literally just told you why you're here.
ignoring that.
So, as you all have entered into this space, and you see this forest lying before you with these pustules just like scattering all over the place, and this larger than any fungus you've ever seen in your life looming ahead. In the distance, you hear bzzz, buzz, 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 buzz. You hear the oncoming sounds of
Snowdrop?
what Petrie recognizes as a swarm. And we're gonna leave it there because I'm very tired. I'm sorry I was not able to wrap it up this time.
It's okay.
That's okay.
You love a swarm.
I'm so bad at one shot.
Swarm? Yeah.
But also, you guys are so much fun.
One shot.
You guys are so much fun, like with all your lore and stuff. So
Yeah, I mean, if we stopped role playing, we could totally get through it. God, what's wrong with us?
don't stop. So
We have a madman in the group. Who would that be?
That's a few of us. I feel like.
Yeah, you can't look at me. I'm just beautiful.
Are you afraid of the swarm? Should we roll for your next animal?
I honestly feel like
That's
the way
just
you're cliffhanging, I'm probably gonna roll at the beginning of each
Yeah,
game.
that's true.
No matter what.
All right, wonderful. Okay, so yeah, you got.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for DMing.
it was. Oh, I can't hear. Did Jordan say something? I couldn't hear Jordan.
Oh yeah, that was a joy.
That was very fun. Well, we did already have an in-person date flagged for finishing tabletop if we want to do that.
And I'm on
Yeah.
vacation,
I think
so
we
my
should do it.
schedule's open for the next 2 weeks.
Nice.
So
Let's plan that. Also, I wanted to say you did all that that hummingbird back lore about a giant glowing flower, and I didn't know anything about that. And I already have this picked out.
That's
Well,
great.
there we go.
That's great.
Yeah,
So we'll
Pretty
see
cool.
how that plays in.
Yeah, I've tried to make like a little bit of lore for each person's animal group that I could just drop whenever they're doing a cool thing, or like when they do like a high roll or have like a cool moment, just to give you like some anime flashbacks.
is it going to be about the Play Slug Mansion?
Maybe.
It's like a slug mansion.
We'll
Oh
find
my
out.
gosh.
I see you think that my goat has done nothing cool yet.
Well, I only started doing it this game. Or
I don't
would have done some
know.
before. I
The
forgot.
goat did some really cool stuff. I don't know.
No, the,
Goat
the,
had a
goat-
suspicious vision.
the
Yeah.
booming horns thing was by far the coolest attack.
Yeah,
we've
the
seen.
goat's
It was
slayed.
wild.
Yeah, it
I
was
did
pretty
very
wild.
little, and then the goat and Gordy out
Also,
here.
But I had just done a lore drop on the turtle, and I couldn't do one right
so
after the next
remember
turn.
though who you have left.
Yeah.
And then also for Lizzie, I just wanted to say that Limax has been on the cover of a centerfold of a Sassy Slug magazine,
Slime and Fun.
and Simon Fine, and there's a Slug something mansion.
Yeah.
Are you at Escorgo?
That's a reach that I'm into.
Free verbiage of my people.
That's not just a reach, that's a reach around.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. When
From the beginning,
Sam
when I
gets tired
started to
enough,
make
this is the. This is the kind of
When I started to make this character, Landon was like, "So you're an escort."
He's like, I have hundreds of children. I just charm people. I sell my goop. The alchemists want me. I'm like, I know what you are.
Fine. Oh
I
my
know
God.
what you are.
Wonderful. Alrighty. Well,
Great. Well, good nighty.
good night.
Yeah.
It was a joy.
All you guys, thank you again for playing, and hopefully we see each other in the real world soon.
Yes.
We're
looking
almost
forward
all
to it.
Excited.
back.